Oh, I forgot to add the game area to the stream.
We're doing theater of the mind.
Yep. For a drawing based game. All right, let's see. I can't remember if I included the sidebar. I think I did not.
Chat with all the nothing that we do with it. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, I mean, you said it was hot, so I kept it. This should be like that.
Looks just like the map I made with all the effort.
Yeah, I mean, I figured it was like I wanted to be true to your map, and it was this did it. Oh, good. I have two different Discord meters on my volume mixer. Lovely. Okay. Okay, so I updated the starting theme, Forge, as you can see, and I put the two NPCs that like I knew existed. Nobody else mentioned anybody specific, so if somebody comes up, we can we'll make up our own people, or if there's people we remember.
Only your NPCs.
All both of mine. Well, I didn't include Arta.
That is.
That was the fire genasi who followed Rin until she died.
Yeah, you need the ghost.
The ghost spirit, of Rin.
Ghost of Rin, the Holy Spirit.
Okay. So I figured we'd go through the beginning things, even though we've already done some of it, like just to start out, like creating new stuff, and also to establish our resources.
I mean, essentially, we can just pretend that everyone died, except for whoever. I mean,
whoever decides to come along. Yeah.
There is also the extent of like, just because we don't mention it doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. This is not to exclude other stuff. It's just let me make an announcement just to make sure. But yeah, no, this is not this is not a prevention of anything else happening or not happening. It's like you said, it's not exclusive. Okay. So I think let's how many cards, we didn't really talk about this. How many cards do we want to take out? I think we said take out like 5 from spring and summer. Is that
what? There's 13 each.
There's 13, yeah, so it would leave 8. So we'd each get 4 turns. It does mean that things like will, there will be fewer projects getting completed per season.
Well, what's the normal amount for a quick game?
I don't know that it says.
It should. It has like specific rules of if you want this to last 1 hour instead of 3.
Rules? Pacing? No. Nice try.
Probably somewhere in setup stuff.
Drawing cards.
Preparing your space.
a fleeting year. It says remove 4 cards from each of the suits.
Well, there's your answer.
Okay. So we'll do that. I think. Here, let's deal. It was 4 cards?
Yeah.
There. There's just 4 cards in my pocket. And you can watch the stream to make sure I don't check to see what they are to get secret intel.
Intel on what cards are not going to show up.
Yeah. Okay. So that's all set. Let's each introduce a detail about the area. So we'll, I mean, we obviously there's already some stuff here. This is the town of Farhaven. This is Silver Falls, and then there's some body of water and some mountain range down this way, and that's like the extent. And there was forest over here, but it was we kept it pretty. I kept it as bare bones as possible. So I think let's start creating. Do you have an idea?
Bodes well for the rest of this.
Did you say no?
No ideas. Do you have an idea?
Sure. And I'll start drawing it. I think that to the east, north of the mountain range, and like further from the little river there, is like an arid sort of mesa. It's like
You had the idea that I had.
Was it?
Start talking.
Well, you should have jumped on it. I don't know how you draw that. It's like just
A plateau thing. Oh, well, I guess the original map hinted that there was desert coming up.
Yeah, but yeah, it's a drier, less welcoming region. Okay, what do you got?
The lake, ocean, who knows what it is. We at least know there's some sort of island thing.
Okay, so there's a body of land inside the body of water.
Right, and there's
be
more water around it, but we don't know. Oh,
okay.
God. Flooded.
Oh no.
So like it's still unknown if this is just a large lake or an ocean or something, but we at least know there's some
Right,
land.
that it is an island.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay, now let's pick some resources.
Love.
Okay. Do you want me to put love?
Sure.
Okay.
I think there's an absence of love in this world.
Okay. We'll
Very-
throw that right into scarce.
All right, I guess we're supposed to hold off on that.
You're supposed to pick one.
Maybe there's plenty of love. Maybe that's how we're starting off this quiet year. We'll have to see what else is available.
Shiny, I sent a link. It's like I added a, what are they called? Command, QY. And it actually should, like, over time, post that every, 20 minutes or something. No, it's fine. Okay, so yeah, we'll put them all in scarce, and then one of them becomes abundant. I think, what's a word for like
Man.
What'd you say?
Sand.
Sand? No, not sand. No, I'm thinking like an awareness of like the area, like intelligence or like scouting. Like I feel like that's like
Tell.
intel,
Reconnaissance.
reconnaissance. I like that, and I feel like that is also scarce. I'm gonna put
Oh, I
recon
don't know.
because
Some
I don't want to
players
miss. I don't want to misspell reconnaissance.
for recon.
Yeah,
There's either two N's or two S's or two later N's.
I think
I
it's
don't even know if
two.
there is.
I think it's two N's and two S's and one C. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
5 C's, 1
Five.
S, 0 N.
Yeah. Okay, so should we? Since there's only two of us, should we add one more?
Probably.
I was right.
I mean,
Reconnaissance.
more will show up as we play.
Sure, that's true.
But I think at least one more would be useful.
Yeah, I think that you want like different levers to pull. Well, why don't we play into our theme and
It's not spring
maybe
yet.
it's basically spring. I was gonna say either like
Silver. Got silver.
building
Silver balls.
materials or building expertise or
Oh.
like craftsmanship or just like ore or metal or
Forge craft.
forge craft. How about something totally
Forge.
different? Food? We just go food, shelter.
I mean, shelter, I guess, because last was specified. We're still living in like temporary
Like
huts
lean-tos.
and caves. So maybe people are fine with that.
All right. Well, let's.
So I guess something has to be abundant.
Right. Yeah. Maybe it's love, man. Well, is there something we know is abundant, like from playing?
Well, I said with silver. We got all that silver.
Oh yeah,
ore,
silver.
Silver
Yeah,
falls.
let's do that. Silver, because we did establish that. Okay, so you can look up the specifics. Snake, you should already have read all the rules on this game, as per our arrangement.
That's why he knows about contempt.
Yeah. Well, no, contempt is one of the things you can buy with honeycombs.
Is that
That's-
actually a thing that
Yeah.
you did add?
Yeah, but it doesn't have a mechanical component. You just buy contempt.
Did he buy a contempt?
No, not yet.
No.
TBD. And I disabled the honks because I wanted us to focus. I did not read those rules as per my not getting around to it. Well, you have time, or you can just watch people play.
Why can I not buy contempt?
You can't buy contempt?
I can't. I click on it, it gives me the description, then it doesn't let me actually do anything.
My God. Where is it? Can I buy contempt?
I can't buy anything.
Oh, it says you must provide a message for this reward.
Oh, is that?
I don't think I need that. I'll disable that. The other ones we do have that. The two, the two that require. Pochi has purchased contempt. Shiny has purchased contempt. There's a run on contempt.
People are very unhappy about love being scarce.
I think people are very unhappy about the lack of honks. Okay, so that should be fixed. Now you can contempt freely without having to talk about it.
Because of the delay, we'll think you have contempt about the thing 30 seconds after you buy it.
Well, there shouldn't be a delay. Not a big delay.
Well, there's a delay from when I would see the contempt showing up or like from when the stream shows stuff to them. It's like 10 seconds later from whatever we're talking about now.
Yeah. I mean, there's a small delay, but it shouldn't be too big. Okay, so abundant resources, silver. Scarce resources, love, and recon.
We have to draw each of those.
That's right, we do.
Abundant or scarce.
All right, well, I have to draw recon.
Love. Oh, God, this is not good.
All right, I think...
Very difficult to draw with a mouse. There's a broken heart.
So, I have an idea on how to do this. How to visually represent our lack of recon. And I think it's just by, like...
Delete the map.
Deleting the whole map. All of the work that we've done. No, by, like, establishing that there's this blank area. Like, creating the border of, like, unknown. I think that's the best way to say that we don't have recon. I see you drew a broken heart. And since I think it was mostly my missions that made Silver Falls. I'll go ahead.
It was entirely your missions.
I couldn't remember if it was entirely, so I said mostly. Let's see. Let's draw... one of those like wheel things. It's a pulley or something. I don't know. I remember that when you get iron from Lords of the Realm, it would be like a guy pulling on some sort of pulley system. So we'll put a guy there too. He's pulling that pulley.
Pull that silver chain.
Lovely. Okay. So I think that's all the setup, right? That's our full before playing. Scarcities, abundances. Drew on the map. Okay. And then we're in, right? We're good to go.
Welcome to the quiet year.
Okay. Who should start?
I will.
Okay.
Why is it always this one first?
Well, I drew 4 cards, so it's just random.
Charismatic young girl convinces many to help her with an elaborate scheme. What is it? Who joins her endeavors? Or, charismatic young girl tries to tempt many into sinful or dangerous activity. Why does she do this? How does the community respond? Feel like there's only one thing I go to when I draw this card.
Well, there's a cult, obviously.
Yeah, there's a cult. Right, we have a theme that we have to at least occasionally draw upon.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be everything, but it's something to lean on. I think it's as much as like a tool for us to reference.
An elaborate scheme. she wants to build a monument made out of silver
Okay.
to some lesser known deity who we'll figure out later.
Okay.
But Ernesto doesn't want this happening, so she needs to like gather a bunch of people to do a little heist.
Okay. So the project is the heist.
Rob the silver mines.
Okay. Okay. Let's go
Make
ahead.
that abundant.
All right. Rob the silver mine. Whoops. Okay. And how many rounds will that take?
4.
Okay. Let's see if I figure this out correctly. Rob the silver mines. So it's a Minotaur woman.
Sure. That was supposed to be hair, but let's say she's a minotaur.
A Minotaur. Okay, cool. We have a project to rob the silver mines. Should it be rob the silver mines and create the statue? I think it's probably all
No,
one.
I think first they have to gather enough silver over time before they can then start the project.
I think we don't want to split. Like it's all part of one
Okay, fine.
thing. So I think let's put it all together. Yeah.
I guess building the statue also has to be done in secret, or someone will catch them. Where'd you get all this silver?
Yeah. So we'll just say build silver statue. Okay. And 4. Okay. And all right. So that should work. Okay. Now you can take an action. Nick, you have to explain how you're speeding it up or slowing it down. You can't just say speed it up. In the meantime, you can take your action. We'll let Nick explain how this heist gets accelerated.
I will discover something new. In the desert, there is a tower.
A tower.
An old, ruined tower.
Okay.
There we go.
That definitely looks like an old ruined tower. Okay. And you got rid of your card. All right. I will click to draw. Ten of Spring. There's another community on the map. Where are they? What sets them apart from you? Or what belief or practice helps to unify your community? I mean, the more interesting is another community. But that also seems like the thing that I would use every time.
Look, we already have 2 communities.
True. Well, this would be a separate,
Third one.
a different third community. Okay, I'll say this. We'll go with the second one since it's different from usual. We'll say that there is a that something that unites the community is their belief that that they were like that they have arrived in the endless wilds for some reason. Like that it's that there is meaning to them being here. That it's not random. And people have different like explanations, you know, of why I'm special, why I was, you know, put into this circumstance. But everybody seems to have some meaning, you know, have some belief that there's a reason that they're here.
How do you draw that?
I don't know. Let's see. How about I'm just gonna draw like a couple of people, like in, you know, in unison. You know, kind of standing at attention. Whoop! Don't do that. This isn't working. I was trying to select it. Oh, you know what? Let's do this. Let's put that on the map layer. All right. So they're, you know, they're all just like in lockstep, basically. Okay.
Because they all believe they're here for a purpose.
Yeah. Look, it's just supposed to remind us of what it means.
Sure. Well, let me see. Oh, what were these three dudes for?
I'm gonna shrink them too. They're too big. Okay. Project dice goes down. And maybe again if Nick gives us an explanation at some point. Okay, and then discover something new, hold a discussion, or start a project. I think let's. I feel like. Yeah. Okay. So I think that one of the specific ways that recon is a problem is that like there's no, you know, Silver Falls is basically like this new town, and Farhaven's a new town, and there's no like road between them. So like people who travel have to like cross through the wilderness. So I think that the plan is to like establish a road between the two towns. And to draw that, I will just make like a very small like starter road, and then, you know, assuming it gets completed in good line, then we'll make that bigger. I think that's a pretty big project. I'm going to say
The towns are a 3-day travel apart. So
3 days travel, yeah. So I'm gonna say 4 weeks. I'm gonna say 5 weeks. Road to Silver Falls. And put 5 weeks there. Okay. That's my turn. Whoops, I shouldn't have done that yet.
Oh no! Oh no!
It's fine. Okay, go ahead.
Someone new arrived. Who or two of the community's younger members get into a fight. What provoked them? Do we even have like young people?
Well, I mean, we can have anything, right? We
I
don't
know,
have to.
but
But from what I remember, there were a couple of young people from the cannibal village who had come to live in Farhaven. Arta is a pretty young person. Are you on the wiki, like looking up?
no, I just did not remember cannibals.
Oh, yeah. I don't know that I ever interacted with them as cannibals. I think I played in like the third mission there. So it was just a known thing.
I mean, do I feel like someone new arrives is just like how this entire universe works.
Right. Sure.
Someone new is
But
always arriving.
But you can create, some relevant, some story driving person. I mean, it's up to you, man. Whatever you'd like to do.
Say two young people get into a fight.
Okay.
Because they're not allowed to play in the forest because I mean there's scary shit out there. That
Sure. They get into a fight, so like one person says we should go, and the other
one
person
wants
says
to go. One feels very adventurous and wants to go, but the other one says no, that's what the adults are supposed to be doing.
okay.
It's like such a cop out, but
It's fine. So what? Like you have to draw something on the map. So does something come of that? Like does the?
So then the brave one ends up running away into the forest,
Okay.
and the other one chases
Tells
after
on
him.
him. Chases after him. Okay.
Chases after him.
I think the big abandoned dwarven mine was to the southeast, not the northwest. I think it was in those mountains.
This
Yeah, I figured you did. Or I actually thought you were saying like the town is to the west northwest of the. Like I thought it was. Anyway, yeah, we got it. Okay, so those are the fighting dudes. So both of them have departed the town.
one was like, "I'm gonna go," and then the other one was like, "No,
You better not.
don't leave without me."
Okay, so there's these people who, these two young people who ran off to the woods. Okay.
Last time that happens.
Let's tick down the. See, it should be the third week now. Okay, and now we tick down the projects. Bum, bum. Okay.
Do another thing.
And now take an action.
Okay. Let's discuss. Should we send someone after these kids?
Okay, I've got it. We barely have enough people pulling silver from the mines. It seems like we're only getting half the yield these days. I don't think we can afford to send people out looking for these two kids. They'll find their way back or they won't.
You're so heartless. Is there no love anymore?
Love is scarce.
Yep.
Okay. That is the discussion.
1 second.
So contempt, speed up or slow down, create and name an NPC. Oh, I did take out the landmark one because I figured we'd be creating landmarks.
I am back.
Oh, you weren't there.
It said 1 second.
Oh yeah, I thought it was like 1 second while I clicked something.
No, there was. Never mind. Whatever.
It's fine. Yeah. Okay. My turn. Click to draw. Blue Ace of Spring. What group has the highest status in the community? What must people do to get inclusion in this group? Or are there distinct family units in the community? If so, what family structures are common? I think we can sort of establish something that's kind of like, I think we kind of know it, but we can just make it a, an in-world truth. And it's that the group that has the highest status is adventurers, is people who like, in the first mission that we did, that's a weird head. There was like, they kind of came across this group of people who, who were just like going from place to place trying to survive. And when the adventurers showed up, even though they were, not high level adventurers, they basically ran the joint. So we're going to make a, couple of, I don't know how you draw robes. It's like, this guy is awesome. Anyway, that's a fighter and a cleric.
It's Harry Potter.
But yeah, adventurers kind of, as the people who go out and face danger, they're the people who sort of run the roost, as making the important decisions for the community. Okay, let's zip down the project. Okay, discover something new, hold a discussion, start a project. Okay. We are going to discover something new. Man, I wish I was better at like drawing. Maybe on Roll20 in the future, I'll just like just grab like images and just bring them in instead of drawing. So to the south, kind of flying up above the mountains. People think it's like a mistake or something they don't, that they're misinterpreting. But it turns out that there is like on top of a cloud, there seems to be I've jumped around a couple times in my head with this as I've been speaking. On top of a cloud, there seems to be a man. Just a man.
Man on a cloud.
Man on a cloud.
His name is...
Nope, that's terrible.
I have two ways to go with this joke. Either Lakitu or God.
Well, I will lean one way and make him green. And people don't see him all the time, but every once in a while, there's just this dude.
Man in a cloud.
Whoop, and he has pincers for hands. No.
Does he really?
No. I don't think people can tell. Like he seems large, but not like Titan large. Like it's like people can just barely see him, off in the distance, and he's just a man sitting on a cloud. Okay, that is my turn. We go to week 5.
Old piece of machinery is discovered.
Finally, the forge comes into play. We totally forgot about that.
I didn't forget.
You forgot.
No.
No,
Maybe.
I forgot.
The broken but perhaps repairable. What is it? What would it be useful for? Or it's cursed and dangerous. How does the community destroy it? Ooh. It's an ancient dwarf magic cannon. God.
Okay.
Not again. No. Gosh. It is a car.
Okay.
An automobile.
Okay.
An old automobile.
Right, but like an old car, yeah.
An old car. Like a original
like a
whatever those are. I'm not a car guy.
Okay. Is it broken but perhaps repairable, or cursed and
Yep.
dangerous?
It's a busted ass car, but maybe
Perhaps repairable.
Yep.
Okay.
The people are very excited about it because it can help them get around quicker to either scout or travel between towns.
Okay.
So let's
Give us that car.
busted jalopy. The wheels are like off in pieces, and also we don't know how to fuel this thing, I guess. Who knows?
It's got basketballs for wheels. Yep. That's interesting.
Yep. That ancient technology.
Yeah. Okay. Projects tick down. The silver statue heist and construction is complete.
Yeah, so they're successful, and they build a statue to some deity called the Silversmith, who this woman who's leading the group
happens to look exactly like. So weird.
No. She claims that worshipping the silversmith has taught her how to live off of consuming silver.
Oh God.
And she thinks that we should be using this for food, not for whatever else we're doing with it.
Okay.
Here's the statue. I wish can I change the color? It's very light. There we go. There's the statue.
We are winning. I don't know if we've won yet. Cool. Does the... Oh, where is the statue? Is it in like Silver Falls?
It's in a cave not far from Silver Falls.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's move though. Just a little bit further north.
Okay. I'll move Cloudman a little bit out.
Then I do a thing.
And then you have an action, yeah.
Let's start a project to fix this car, I guess.
Okay. Makes sense to me.
So I don't know if they... Or I guess research and fix it, or I don't know if it should be a two-part thing where first they have to figure out how to fix it, and then...
I think, like I said, like, because you get to the end of, like, the project, you want that to not be like, okay, now we have to do part 2. Like, you want it to be, you know, the full list. Like, at least getting to, like, a point where something can change. Like, if it's, like, research and then fix... and then the interesting thing happens when you fix it, then there's no need to stop in the middle. And you can also say, like, when it gets fixed or not fixed, you know, the research can be part of that. But it's like they have one goal, which is to fix the car. Okay. Let's go to spring week 6. 4 of spring. What important and basic tools does the community lack? Or, where are you storing your food? Why is this a risky place to store things? Let's see. Important and basic tools. I think that we have no farm equipment. Like, farming is a pretty general, like, common way for, you know, for civilizations to have, like, sustainable food. And we just have nothing. We, you know, because everybody's showing up with, you know, the stuff that's on them, and very few people just walk around with, like, hose and, you know,
these rations have lasted me forever.
Posters and well, remember Solomon's around popping good berries. But yeah, I mean, I think it's like I think people are probably hunting, you know, because that's more in line with the, you know, with what people can do. And I think that the way we do this is like just by drawing like a fallow field. So maybe it's like green. Like it's just like, you know, there's just nothing going on there. Yeah. So maybe we add a resource of like a scarce resource of like sustainable food.
I don't know, because I feel like we got like hunters.
Yeah, maybe it's yeah. We'll leave it for now.
Half the people who show up have the Outlander background.
Right. Yeah, I think that we haven't established that there's a lack of food. Maybe we just make the scarce resource farming tools. You know, maybe it's not that important, but it is something that they don't have. Did you want to name that girl or leave her unnamed? And just make her charismatic girl.
Is my mic working? I can't tell.
Oh, it was cutting in and out. What'd you say?
Merva.
Merva. Do you want me to come up with how to spell it?
Yes.
Okay. Yep, just Merva. And we'll say she's the silversmith's disciple? Acolyte. Okay, Merva. Welcome to the game, Merva.
Thank you for welcoming me.
Okay. All right, so that was my card, right?
Yeah.
The farming tools. Okay. Then we'll tick down the projects, and then we take an action. Discover something new. Hold a discussion. Start a project. Okay. I think we're going to make a project to people are getting fed up with the lack of recon. So they are going to they're going to start building a tower. Like in the halfway up the mountains. And we'll say, and there's the other tower out in the arid wasteland, and that's something that they're like specifically wanting to be informed about, just in case that's like a an active place. So they want to create like a little watch post. There's probably like, there. And I think it's going to take a while because they don't, you have to like get raw materials out there and then build it. So let's say 4 weeks. Mountain Scout Tower.
Hop down that forest.
Okay. That is my turn. You're up. The King of Spring.
I am the King of Spring.
You're getting all the people.
A young boy starts digging in the ground to discover something unexpected. What is it? Or an old man confesses to past crimes and atrocities. What has he done?
These are both really good.
I mean, I'm tempted to pick the second one and just reveal my plot thread for the games I was running.
It's fine with me, man. Like the idea is to drive this into future games. So
I don't remember the guy's name though.
He's got a new name.
I feel like you mentioned it before.
You feel like I mentioned it?
You mentioned it like recently. Well, there was this old man who used to work at the chateau. God, where's my like mission summary? I don't even know. Here we go. Jaspero.
Jaspero. I definitely did not mention that name.
No, you definitely did.
Nope. I mentioned the chateau.
Not like today, but a while ago.
I don't think I've ever said that name in my life.
Well, okay. Well, he's been what? He came back to town. There's a few like ooze-stricken people who are like locked up and such, and for some reason, Jaspero eventually confesses that he is a worshipper of Juiblex, and was sort of the leader in these weird ooze-human hybrid experiments,
Okay.
which they tricked upon people by feeding them the tainted ooze wine.
Did I spell it correctly? Jaspero?
Jaspero.
Jasper.
Hey. Yeah.
Jaspero.
Jaspero.
Okay. Did I spell Jublex right?
Dweeblex.
Dweeblex. Okay. So he confesses to this crime and atrocity.
Yeah, maybe because his worship is trying to turn him into a slime man, and he feels like he does not want this for himself, and he feels guilty for doing it on others. Now we got Slime Man Jaspero.
Okay. Okay. Do we want to, like, do you want to say how the community reacts to that, or do you want to, like, leave that up in the air?
That can be discover something new for someone to pick up on.
Okay. Or discussion.
Or discussion.
Okay. Let's count down. The road to Silver Falls is complete. Okay. So I think the road is pretty much constructed without a hitch. And we'll flesh it out. Look at that tasty road. And I think that while they are building this road, they meet someone. No, they don't meet someone. We'll say they come across like some like an old campsite, or not even a campsite. It seems like an old like small town, and in the middle of the town there is a tablet with some runes on it that no one understands. And we'll just but it's a large tablet that's like too heavy to move.
The Rosetta Stone.
So there's some sort of stone tablet in the middle of the road, and it ends up that like this tablet becomes like something that people traveling know. Is like kind of the halfway point. There you go. There's some runes on it, and they they're not creative, so they just call it the Middlestone. Okay, and then countdown. The car is repaired.
You skipped the end of my turn.
Your turn is stupid. That's right. You're right.
Then you skipped your entire next.
Okay. Let's go to your turn again.
Yeah. Discover something new. Merva has been gathering followers, and there's been an increased consumption of silver, which may put it now scarce.
Okay. That makes sense to me. So people are eating silver now.
Yep.
Okay.
But they're not dying or anything. It seems like
right. It seems
like what
like
she said is true. That
yeah.
they are able to sustain themselves on silver,
Sure, why not?
thanks to the silversmith's blessing.
Okay. All right. I'm
The
going
people
to.
voted Forge, but you knew this was happening.
Well, it's the Zealous Forge.
I just got 2 cults going on. Typical.
It took, yeah, we're in week 8 and you have 2 different cults going, and we didn't pick Zeal.
But I also have a car and some sort of metal cult, so
Yeah.
Forge is still alive.
No, I
what have
get
you
it.
done for the Forge? Come on.
I'm sorry.
You built a road?
That tower is not building itself.
Sure.
Whatever. Look, you took care of it. What am I supposed to do? I don't want to step on your toes. Okay, so that was, what even was that? That was the
end of week 7.
Right. That was you discovering that.
Yes. So now it's the start of week 8, and you draw a card.
Okay. All right. So now let's 8. Bam. Okay. 2 of spring. There's a large body of water on the map. What does it look like? Where is it? Or there's a giant man-made structure on the map. Where is it? Why is it abandoned?
Got 2 of those already.
Yeah. I like the man-made structure. Okay. A giant man-made structure. Okay. While they are constructing the tower, well, I guess this doesn't have to be like there is a giant man-made structure. It doesn't have to be something that they just discovered. So we'll say that off in the like to the north, there is a what people have decided, like it was just kind of a block out there, but as they get some better vantage points, they realize that it is an arena. Oh, that is thin. And let's do this. And there's like, it's a whole, it's like a Roman Colosseum type vibe.
They beat the literal Colosseum.
Could be, yeah, who knows? But the reason that it was it's a little big. The reason that it was abandoned is that you know what? Let's do this. We're not 100% sure, but there are. Nope, it's making a shape. I don't want that. There are gigantic bite marks on one side. And it looks like that's why it was abandoned. That something like just devoured the half of this thing, or came after what was inside it, or whatever. But like part of it was eaten, and that's why it was abandoned. Okay.
So there are giant beasts between the two towns, but also something even bigger to the north.
Are there giant beasts between the towns?
Yeah, during the one game.
Oh, that was the mission. You ran that one, right? The one that we
Well, yeah,
went in.
I ran where you went inside, but it was based
Yeah.
on I think you're the one who. I think it was when we were first going down to.
Oh yeah, yeah. When we were
Or,
making
like,
up like everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. The traveling where it was like, I don't know. We'll figure out what happens.
I walked into a spider web.
Yes. Okay. So now, still my turn, but you fix the car. I'm trying to keep track of who's. I should have like.
I think there are, I mean, there's people from all over, so there probably are people who do know what a car is.
Okay. I mean, we had like a spaceship crew member, so we definitely have like a wide variety of people.
And they do not think they could repair it, but they do like study it enough that they think with some modifications to the materials they could like reproduce it. Like this thing's a piece of trash. If you try to you're better off just rebuilding it entirely.
Okay. Do you want? This is totally up to you. Do you want that to have already happened? That they like.
I think that it would take more time to gather the necessary new materials and everything.
Gotcha. Okay.
And I mean, we're lacking silver, so who knows how hard it is to get anything.
So I'm going to add an abundant resource of car blueprints. Like they know how to make a car now. They just need the stuff to make it.
I want to shrink it.
Shrink the car?
The car blueprint.
Oh. You got it? I can do it if you need.
I can't resize things.
Oh, you can't? No, I thought.
I can rotate things that I draw, but that's it.
So we'll shrink it and give it to the mechanic. Okay. The car's fixed. Okay. So it's back to my turn. And we're on actions. And the tower's down to 2. Okay. I'm going to start a project. And the project is it's going to try to address 2 of our scarcities. So because people are starting to eat silver, and because that's become a scarcity as a result, there's a group of people with the blessing of Merva are going to start exploring some of the trying to explore further into the mountains to find more silver. And we'll say that they go into one of the places they go into is that old dwarven mine that James had created, which I think was kind of here-ish. Nope, that is a shape again. And that is blue again. Golly. There we go. Okay. And we'll make a little minor heading in. He's got one of those headlamp hats and a pickaxe. And I think this will take... I think that they'll have some result after 3 weeks. So this is not like establishing a new mine. This is like exploring the cave with the hope of finding a new mine. So explore Dwarven Caves. And I said 3. Let's delete the fixed card. Okay. And that's it. Okay, so this should be the last card, I think. Yes. What is the most beautiful thing in this area? Or what is the most hideous thing in this area?
I mean, I could just go with Slime Jaspero is the most hideous thing in the area.
Could be.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Okay, is he even more hideous than he is? Like he's progressing, right?
Yeah, and that's why this guilt has set upon him.
Right.
And now he starts to feel why Dweeblex is often, not worshipped. Because even the faithful get this terrible oozy punishment.
Yeah, that's their reward for devotion.
Right. Like over time, he's just turning to a giant puddle of flesh. A flesh slime.
Delightful.
Yep. And he just spends all his days hiding, abhorring his own existence.
Okay. That sounds like something that's going to come to a head at some point.
Guess I
gotta update Jaspero in some way.
I'm just a big blob.
Okay. I've moved the projects forward. And so we are to your action.
I feel like I had a thing. Oh, yes. We discover that there is a second tower. Made of glass.
Made of glass?
Yeah, glass tower.
Okay.
And that's not the only discovery. They also note that, well, no, I'll save that for a later discovery. We discover a second tower of glass.
To the south.
The south.
Okay, I like this.
I have a plan, but
yeah,
you could always screw up the plan.
Well, I mean, you don't have to do anything. Like, I can just destroy the.
You can, yeah.
glass
I mean,
tower.
sure. You don't have to let me get away with my plan.
What's up, undead? Okay, I've re-enabled the honks. I had to copy over the sound alert thing, but there's only one per stream or per viewer. So make it count. You can partner it with your contempt if you like. Okay, so there's a glass tower to the south. Do we know what the tower to the east is made out of? Just like stone?
Probably like sandstone.
Okay. Okay, cool. That's this sounds interesting. I
Redraw.
see. Yeah, I see. Jaspero is evolving.
Make him more fleshy.
Cool. Lovely. Huh? There it is. Okay, so we're out of spring now.
Initiative.
We're out of initiative. Summer week, and this should be +1.
Initiate the new vote.
Oh yeah, I meant to do that in the middle. Damn it! All right, well, let's do that. So we need to.
We could take a short break while people vote.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
Well, let's
So
pick.
yeah,
We have to pick 2 of them. You want to just do it?
yeah. Gotta use my method.
You're rolling a d4
My
now.
rolling. Yeah, because there's 4 choices now.
Yeah.
So what did I say? 1 and 3. So that is Tempest and Feast.
I like it. All right, let's create a poll. This is to establish the theme for the next stretch. Choose a theme for summer, and it is, what was it? Tempest and Feast.
Tempest and Feasts.
Tempest and Feasts. Should we allow additional votes? We'll say yes.
What? Okay. I don't know.
What did you say? No, I couldn't hear you. You gotta.
Said for like 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, we don't have to. I'll tell you what. We'll allow additional votes, but only for bits. So if they want to pay money, they can have a bigger influence.
Okay. Bribery.
Yeah. And we'll say there. There's no way anybody's gonna pay $1 to make a vote. So chances are it'll just be. Well, I guess we'll find out. I don't think I can vote. Can I? Oh no, I can. I'm not ready to vote. I have to think about it. Okay, so let's take a $5, and we'll come back and figure it out.
Okay.
I'm back. The world has not blown up yet. Yet.
A whole one vote so far.
Was that yours?
No.
No, because I have not voted yet either.
Look, I don't need to vote, because I'll just do whatever I want anyway.
Did I vote?
Well, now it's a tie, and now who knows what's going to happen.
Yep. Could be anything. Let's make sure we got everything. When I got my new computer, I got this like you get like a month of Xbox Game Pass, but like I don't need games right now, so I've just been putting it off. So it's just sitting there like. But every time I turn on my computer, it's like, hey, you got this free month. I'm like, no, soon enough.
I came with year of the GeForce thing, but I forgot what it's called. The one that's supposed to be like Google Stadia sort of thing, where it's like you play your games remotely.
Oh yeah.
I tried using it like on my phone, so it'd be like, oh, that sounds cool. Except like all the games required keyboard and mouse.
Right.
It's like, oh, okay, this is useless.
Not ideal.
So I never used it.
Let's do this. That should save us some. Okay. Well, if anybody's got any more votes they want to get in, throw them on up there, and we'll get going. It looks like you're going to be the tiebreaker, man.
I have to go with Tempest, just because the one person who did vote chose it. I mean, it's going to be a situation where no matter what's chosen, I think Feast is going to be the team. So we got, people eating lots of silver and some sort of ooze man.
Ooze man.
Sure, let's throw in a Tempest. Just to
Okay, we'll make it official.
at least force that to come in somehow.
All right, let me update the current theme. Okay, current theme, Tempest. Let's go back to the page. And we're in summer now. Let me get the deck. Summer. Oh, let me get rid of all these.
Except I think one of them has to be the, like, you do... Because there's one card that's like, you take 3 actions right now.
Yeah, it's...
But discard the next 3 cards.
I think it's... Well, there's one that's like discard a couple cards, and then there's one that's like take 2 actions right now.
Well, I think that's the same card, because it's like discard 2 cards but take 2 actions.
Could be. It doesn't matter. Whatever comes up, man. We don't need anything.
Gotta play by the rules.
Did that say that in there?
What? Yeah, there's in the like playing with a smaller deck, there's certain cards that you have to take out, and certain ones that you have to leave in. Like, you can't take out the Frost Shepherd's Arrive card from Winter. And,
It says
like,
make sure to remove the King of Diamonds.
Yeah, that's the one that's discard some cards, whatever. Then King of Spades is the Frost Shepherd's Arrive. Whatever. Who cares? I care, but
I don't think it matters. I think we're just gonna do what we're doing.
well, let's go. It's your turn.
All right, so let's deal 4 cards to me. Do you want me to check and see if it's in there?
No.
Okay.
Surprise. Maybe this was a very short summer.
Could be. All right. Ace of Summer. Let's get things back where they belong. A contingent with the community demand to be heard. Who are they? What are they asking for? Or a contingent with the community have acted on their frustrations. What have they damaged, and why did they damage it? Is it permanent? Okay. There is a contingent within the community that demands to be heard. They live in Farhaven, and they are uncomfortable with the Blob Man. And they demand that that he be exiled. That he has brought his fate upon himself. That there are other people who are suffering still in town, I think, because of his actions.
And he is just so hideous.
Yes, and he is very hideous. Yeah, I think that's it. So I find that I keep drawing people. You know what? We're going to draw a representation of people this time.
Like a stick person.
No. A pitchfork. They're sick of Jaspera. They say it's time to go, you. And he's upside down. Ah! Yeah, okay, we'll say that they do exile. There's no real advocates on his behalf, so he.
I mean, as far as anyone else is concerned, he's definitely a villain.
Right.
He has not done anything good for anyone.
This does beg the question. We don't know like the status of these other people that he's infected.
I assume they also progressed to blob people.
And maybe completely blobified. I don't know. We'll sort that out, or we won't. You know, something will happen. Okay. So I think it's like that, right? So the tower is complete. Okay. At the top of the tower is a light, some sort of beacony kind of thing, and they generally they'll light it at night to have better vision, and also because they do have this sort of maybe naive belief that like people are well, that's bad. It always goes to shape. I wish the default was freehand. That the people whose attention they would get, would be civilized and would want to would want to join the community and contribute, what have you. And an unexpected side effect of that is that it looks like Cloudman is like floating slowly closer to that tower. And that's that. And then we have an action. We're working on recon and silver. I guess recon's like I don't know if it's like still scarce. I'm gonna say it's not. I'm gonna say that the tower functions. It accomplishes what it was supposed to accomplish.
See for miles.
Yeah.
Of the impending Cloudman.
Yeah. I think it's a good time to hold a discussion. And the discussion starts with someone saying, we've had a lot of things going on, a lot of small terrestrial things, but we have this cloud man who seems to be floating in our direction. Should we douse? Should we not light the tower at night and hope that he goes back to his area, or do we think that contact with him is a good thing?
I never said trust a man on a cloud. Unless it's Jesus.
I think, somebody else will say, well, look, I mean, the whole idea of lighting the tower was to attract people of like minds. That we see someone coming, there's no reason to think that they have ill intent. I mean, he's never put hate on us in the past. I think that we're probably fine. That's the end of the discussion.
I'll tell you what at the end.
Okay, it's your turn.
3 of Summers. Start a project related to food production, or start a project related to military readiness and conquest.
The roarer has expressed his contempt.
Which I knew why.
Well, it was, I'm sure, about something I said.
I feel like as a town of literal demigods, we don't really need to do a military readiness project. So I guess food is the way to go.
I'm excited that you said that, because now it's my goal to counter that. Because I mean, we're like, the characters in this are like level 4. I wouldn't call them demigods.
I mean, they're able to conjure food out of nowhere and create fireballs.
Compared to Earth, yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I wanted to bring in Tempest somehow.
Okay.
With the first card I drew. So let's say we start doing a rain dance
Okay, so the idea
to,
is
to
to
fertilize the soil. We don't have farming tools, but
sure, yeah.
but
Okay,
we can
rain
improve.
dancing. How many weeks is that sort of project?
Like 2 weeks. I don't know. Nothing too long.
Okay, I'm gonna put 3 because it's gonna count it down when I go through. But it's you're not supposed to do it for ones that you just create.
How very.
Okay, the you want to give us a drawing on the map that reflects the pursuit of rain. And does it have anything to do with Cloudman, or is it
Oh, maybe.
like
Yeah.
are they?
Are those kids who went missing?
Yeah, that was months ago.
We're too busy digging in the mines to bother with them.
Yeah, we went in the other direction.
Uh, to draw. I mean, you can proceed with your dwarven caverns.
Okay. What happens in the caves? Okay. The so they are able to explore this network of caves, and they find some mine shafts that had been started, but had for whatever reason been abandoned in the middle of them, and in some of these mine shafts they do find some silver, but they also find like we'll say that they have like 4 different parties go down, and 2 of the parties just vanish, and they so like there's 2, and I guess this is how I'll draw it. There's 2 mine shafts in which someone has disappeared, but like when the other parties go down there, there's no like they don't disappear. So there's no, it's not like a known thing that there's this one particular shaft has a guaranteed danger in it. It's just that 2 of these shafts, there were parties of miners who disappeared, but all 4 of them have various ores, and I'm going to move silver back to, well, yeah, we'll say that they're operational enough, that they, that they're able to start working on them right away. And I'm going to say just like building ore is also in abundance now. Okay. And then rain dancing goes to the appropriate 2. And now you take an action.
Okay. I'll return to my towers.
Okay.
The observant discover that the 2 towers and the island in the water form a perfect equilateral triangle.
Okay. So they're like all like Like it's not like almost equilateral. It's like exactly.
It's exactly.
Right.
And rather than drawing a giant triangle,
Sure.
just,
Yeah.
just
Okay.
now I have nothing planned.
I think we can work with this. Okay. We're on to summer week 3. Right? 6 of summer. Outsiders arrive in the area. Why are they a threat? How are they vulnerable? Or outsiders arrive in the area. How many and how are they greeted? Okay. I think that the logical way for this to play out is for Cloudman to arrive.
That's what I thought. Cloudman!
He's from a Mega Man game. And he is a threat.
Oh no. I said that thing earlier about military.
Well, partly, but also partly Tempest. You know, we have storms brewing. So why is he a threat? I think as he gets lower in the sky, there's like the cloud becomes darker and and more stormy. And there are gusts of wind. And it's still, we still can't tell if he specifically has ill intentions. But he's definitely a threat. How is he vulnerable? We'll say when the cloud starts to descend in the evening, he seems to like shy away from the open flame. That like he kind of blocks his vision of the fire. Yeah, I think that works. Okay. We count down the rain dancing, and now we take an action. I think that there's a logical project here, and it is to send a party of a small party of scholars and adventurers to each of the 3 major landmarks, the island and the 2 towers, to try to find out if there's something magical or mystical or or special about the fact that these 3 locations are exactly the same distance apart, and they're conspicuous in their in just on the horizon. So we're going to make a project to explore the triangle. And that's a huge project. I think we'll go 6 weeks. Because it'll take some time to figure it out. There's the king.
Here it is. Should we just discard this one? Or
If you want to do that, and then I can give you the top card from my hand.
okay.
Okay. The top one from my hand is the 8 of Summer.
Ooh. Someone tries to take control of the community by force, or a headstrong community member decides to put one of their ideas in motion. Start a foolish project.
God, you're getting all the killer cards.
And by that you mean I'm killing everyone.
Well, whoever. That's an awesome. I mean, a foolish project is like one of the most fun ideas. Like that was when the old Joshy's school for psychic school for fighting blink sharks. That's when that came up. Did you not listen to the Quiet Year?
I'll listen. No.
Oh.
I read people complain about it.
No, it was awesome.
I didn't actually listen to it.
No, it was great. Yeah, old Joshy's psychic school for fighting blink sharks. It was a foolish project.
I think. Oh man. Do I want to create a new community member, or do I want to reuse an existing one?
I don't know.
I mean, okay. I think Merva is going to take some inspiration from Jaspero and seek out a way to transmute their bodies into pure silver.
Okay.
As
I love
the
it.
ultimate worship of the silversmith.
Yeah. So we've got a project, I think. It sounds right.
Bit foolish? Would you say that's foolish?
I think it's foolish enough, yeah. But I mean, it doesn't mean it doesn't work necessarily. It's just like I think that everybody else in the community is like, you're fucking insane.
Probably.
Okay, so Colossus, I guess, is the plan. Colossus body.
Silver Golem people. I don't know.
Silver Golem.
Silver Apotheosis.
Okay. And how many turns?
6.
It's a big one.
It's a whole process. There's lots of failure along the way.
Okay, I got to do 7 because that's a new project. Okay, so now stuff counts down. And rain dancing is complete.
First. Okay, so I think the rain dancing has inadvertently drawn the cloud goblin even closer to town.
Okay.
So like,
Is it inadvertent or is it intentional?
well, they were trying to summon rain clouds, but
Right.
they were not trying to summon this guy's rain cloud.
The nearest rain cloud happened to be this
Yeah.
guy. Okay.
So I think that just makes him like completely bypass this tower that was keeping him slightly at bay, and now he's just like right over Farhaven.
Okay.
And storms are brewing.
Okay. I'm going to put him kind of there.
Oh,
All right.
Start as a square. Freehand storms. Abyss. Tornado. I don't know if there's literally a tornado, but
Right, yeah, but it reflects that there's There's
Maybe that's like right under his cloud, a tornado just forms.
okay.
It's attacking my heart.
Well, maybe that's a prediction of something, of a way that we can conquer him is with love.
True love.
Okay. Now you can take an action.
I discover something new.
Okay.
The people of Farhaven and such don't discover this. I gotta move things out of the way. But Slime Jaspero encounters a tribe of, or maybe not a tribe, but a village over here
Okay.
of waxmen.
Okay. Just straight up made of wax.
Yeah.
Now, here's the question.
Yeah.
Are they animated waxmen, or is it just like a wax museum?
I mean, they're like living.
Okay.
They are creatures made
Right.
of pure wax.
I'm just saying, the other one would have been pretty creepy cool.
He just runs into Madame Tussauds.
Yeah, it's just there. Okay, so yeah, living wax people village.
And he's welcomed as a fellow amorphous being.
Sure, yeah. He's found a home.
Some of them.
That's why they're
have,
smiling.
Like, yeah, some of them have like candle wicks in their head.
Okay. This is based off of Monster Train?
Yes.
Okay.
There's another one of those ideas I had, but was too lazy to actually get around to running.
Yeah,
it.
dump them all in here. We're ready. Okay. I think that was week 4. I think we're on 5 now. All right. It is my turn. The 4 of Summer. The eldest among you dies. What caused the death? Or, the eldest among you is very sick. Caring for them and searching for a cure requires the help of the entire community. Do not reduce project dice this week. Okay. Okay, I got it. The eldest was one of those 3 people who had been experimented upon. I think there was a dwarf. Maybe he's the oldest, or if not the oldest, the eldest. Maybe he's got the most the most oldiness to him. But he does not die of ooziness. He dies because the building where he and the other 2 were being cared for was locked from the outside and burned to the ground.
Oh no!
And nobody knows. I mean, somebody knows who did it, but the community does not know who did it.
The other 2 survived.
Oh no, they also died.
Oh, they all died.
Yeah, they're all done.
They were Leslie, Nellie, and Chelsea. Were their names?
All 3 of them.
All 3 of them.
Yeah.
I think Chelsea was the man.
And so I think that there should be a resource impact here.
Shit.
I'm
Scarce.
thinking like yeah, like a scarcity of like
Love.
what's already there. What about like a scarcity of like justice? Like we don't really have like a a guards or like police or anything. And this is like this is a community crime basically. Where
What the
like
hell's
someone
Alice doing? Just sitting
what's
up
it,
in her,
just sitting up in her tower.
in her watchtower.
I'm gonna say justice. I think that's a fun scarcity to play with. We can
Justice
find a
for
way
Chelsea.
yeah, or the others
Or
whose
the
names.
other two.
Yeah,
They weren't eld enough.
yeah. They could have been elder. Okay, and then the project dice countdown. Okay, and then I think that in an attempt to address this scarcity of justice, Alice is going to try to.
Hold an election.
I don't know if it's going to be an election, but like try to get the community to agree on like some laws and some like some structure for like legal proceedings, like who has the
Establish a town charter.
yeah. And I think that's a pretty short one, so I'm gonna say 2 weeks.
Yeah, let's rush the basic rules of society.
Well, there's only like 20 people. Like it's not like you have a
So everyone agrees, no crime. Okay.
stop with the crime. Okay. No, I think it's gonna be more about like the the investigation and like punishment system. Like who's in charge of of determining whether someone is guilty of a crime and what the repercussions are. Okay, that's my turn.
Jack of Summers. Predators and bad omens are afoot. You're careless and someone goes missing under ominous circumstances, or what measures do you take to keep everyone safe? Oh, didn't you get one that was do not reduce project dice?
Yeah, but I picked the other option.
Oh, okay.
That was the eldest dies or the eldest
Right.
almost dies and you take care of him. And
Yeah.
I killed him.
I think someone goes missing.
Again, this is God. It's always missing with you.
Well, I was thinking of like making it them who go missing, but then I realized I don't know because they're
I
already
think they're missing.
right.
Yeah.
Let's see. Maybe not then. What measures do we take to keep everyone safe? Well, okay, yeah, I guess Cloudman is a very present danger, and we want to keep everyone safe. So we build a storm shelter.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, we have these caves, but none of them are quite like. We want something that's underground so that the wind will just pass over it, not just, get caught inside the cave and create some other weird vortex.
Well, and also the caves are not, they're days away from Farhaven. And
Well, there's like one small cave in Farhaven, which I think is where all the food was being stored. So like we want this underground shelter to keep things.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I mean that makes sense, and that makes sense that it would like halt all the other projects while we're trying to even
We want to rush this right now.
even Merva's like the silver thing can wait. Let's get digging. Okay. Cool. So no project dice go down. So I'll just do nothing and I'll change that when it's time. And you're making the shelter. Nice.
Does this look like a storm shelter? It's like a
Sure.
trapdoor.
It's like it's fine. Okay. And take an action.
I think action will be to research the Rosetta milestone.
Okay. It's called the middle stone. Get it right.
It's the middle stone.
Okay, and how many weeks will that take?
3.
Okay.
All these projects, and none of them go down.
Yep. We just go right on to week 7. Okay, let me pick up a card. Oh no, that's it.
That's it?
Is that right? It seems
There
like
should be 9.
Yeah, we didn't.
Unless there were like 2 already missing.
Do you think, straight up, do you think that the game automatically discards 2
No,
when you draw the king?
I don't think it's
that'd
that
be wild.
sophisticated.
I don't think so either, but here we are.
Did we like not properly shuffle last time or something? And
I don't know. I mean, these are all fresh, but
I don't know. Just use the cards in your hand.
yeah, we'll just draw 2 more from there.
Well, I think it would be all 3. Because it'd be 7, 8, and 9.
7, 8.
So we need 1, or right?
Right. Yeah. This is week 7. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Hey.
a project finishes early. What led
Weather?
to its early completion? Or the weather is nice and people feel the potential all around them.
The weather is pretty nice all of a sudden. Now that we can hide in the storm shelter.
I think the weather's nice down in Silver Falls.
By comparison, sure.
No, I think this makes sense. The project finishes early. What happens is that while everybody's working on that storm shelter, there's a lot of like discussion about the laws and the legal system. You know, because when you have downtime, everybody's already kind of in the same place. You know, so you don't have to like collect people; they're just already there. So I think the legal system finishes early. Let's see.
Draw my projects.
So there's a character I made in the first game. His name was Troll. And he is going to be tabbed as the investigator. And basically his job is to find out, you know, like he's the person who's in charge of finding out when crimes are committed and like collecting evidence and interviewing people and you know, trying to get as much information as possible about what happened and who's responsible. And then they have a 5-person panel who responds to the evidence and metes out justice. And the 5 people on that panel are the mayor of whichever town is considered to have like jurisdiction. So if it's in Farhaven, it's Alice. If it's in Silver Falls, it's Ernesto. And then like if it's outside, Troll makes a determination of who, you know, who's most who's got the primary authority. And then the other 4 people are like just drafted from the town. Like every case
Jury
has
duty.
yeah, it's basically a jury. um, and yeah, it's just like a rotating, you know, it's they have like a jar that has everybody's name in it, and they just pull out names until it's empty, and then they refill it and then pull them out again. And I think that generally people feel like this is a pretty good representation of, like, you know, making sure that there's not like one person who's, you know, the iron fist in the you know, in the world. And I think justice is, well, I guess we move it, right? We move it from scarcity to an abundance.
How do you draw this?
I think I just draw the scales of justice, right?
I guess.
And then,
No love, but lots of justice.
I'm still working on love. And I think I'm just gonna like draw it out here. Because justice is all around. Okay. That is... What was that? Oh, that was my card. Yeah. Okay, so now stuff counts down. And then we take an action. It's been a little while since I've discovered something, so let's do that. Okay. We discover so the mine shafts have been you know, there's I think a decent amount of security in there because they know that something went wrong with the party, and eventually there's a confrontation where not everyone disappears. A couple people are able to get away, and they relay that there are their party, and you know, which included some miners as well as some adventurers, were just overrun. That is way too big for a head. By Grimlocks. These big bruiser guys with hammers and clubs and everything. And and one of the things that they do in like the way that everything went off was that they some of this metal that they were mining I guess was kind of like magnesium, so it got lit, you know, on fire, and it, you know, it glowed super bright, but Grimlocks are blind, so that it didn't, you know, it doesn't affect them, and then they just swarmed this group. So the discovery is that there's, you know, dozens, maybe hundreds of Grimlocks at the edges of the mines. And I think that probably slows down silver accumulation and puts it back into scarcity.
And there's also people trying to like consume enough to turn the whole bottle. So.
Yeah. So that's a concern. Okay, that is my turn. Your card is the Nine of Summer.
Oh. Um, project fails or something goes afoul and supplies are ruined. Let's see.
Adding a new scarcity doesn't have to be something that's on the list. It can
Yeah.
be a new thing that becomes a scarcity.
I don't like all the projects.
Right.
Thing goes foul and supplies are ruined. Well, okay. So I think because of the location of the Cloudman, hunting gathering in the forest is no longer a reliable food source.
Okay.
And the rain dance was an utter failure. So now food is for sure a scarcity.
Okay.
And Solomon can only create so many good berries.
Yes, there's a limit to his. I think they were cinnamon buns. I think that's how he.
There were various.
They were assorted pastries. That's right.
Yeah.
Because I like sweet foods, and he's my character.
He is you.
He is me. No, Kovad is me. Excuse me. Okay, so that is a new scarcity we have added. Projects countdown, and take an action.
So we have all these new ores that haven't really been used. Everything that's not silver.
Right.
So I think now we have materials to start building an automobile.
Nice. Hell yeah. Build freaking car. How many weeks?
You're like building a car by hand.
It's like task. 25 weeks. The max is 6.
It's like 5.
Okay.
We got magic on our side.
That's true. There are avenues. The Roar notes his contempt for building a freaking car.
A lot of bars in my D&D.
Yeah, well, this is everything ND, or D and everything. D and everything. Dungeons and whatever. Okay. That is the turn. All right, last week of summer. Someone new arrives. Who? Why are they in distress? Or someone leaves the community. Who? What are they looking for? This is a good one. Okay. I think that it's been long enough, and someone finally says, you know what? You know those kids that disappeared at the beginning of spring? It's been like about 6 months.
5 or 6 months.
I think it's time to go find them. And so to make a new guy. No, we're gonna say that Alice does it. She's created this system of justice. She appoints Troll as like as deputy mayor, mayor like interim, while she's gone, and she says I have to go. You know, my job is to take care of people, and this is a you know a facet where I have failed, and I need to go find these kiddos. I think she was a tiefling. So, and we will give her a magnifying glass because she's looking for these kids. Okay. And then projects tick down, and the research of Middlestone has been complete.
Gosh, had nothing planned for it.
Well, we gotta figure something out.
I mean, I think they discover that. I mean, sure, I'll go with what I said at the very beginning when you introduced it. It's essentially a magic Rosetta Stone. I mean, we have people coming in from all these different universes and planes of existence, and yet somehow we all speak the same language.
Right.
And it's just the existence of this stone allows us to all communicate.
Okay, so it's basically creating a universal translation.
Yeah, it's a Babel stone.
Okay, okay, I like it. Okay, close that out.
How to represent that?
I don't know. Just cool. Okay. And then
Or is that or you do a thing still?
that was that's right. That was the end of the projects. And then I take an action. Okay. This is going to be in the context of a foolish project, but like I think we got to do something. So there's a number of people who are like spending a lot of time in this in the storm shelter, and they're like, this is untenable. You know, we can't just, you know, be down here forever. So a small group of them decides, you know what, like we have to figure out a way to go talk to Cloudman. So they are going to construct a person kite.
As Benjamin Franklin once did.
Gotta get up there. You know, and you know, they're like they have some magic, but they don't have like, you know, considerable magic.
Well, I have a level 3 spell, and we don't have any.
I don't think we have any fifth level like sorcerers or anything.
Yeah, no.
So we're gonna have to, you know, paper plane this thing. I think for better or worse, it only takes 2 weeks. I don't know how it's going to end, but I think you get your answer to this project in 2 weeks.
All you need is some like cloth and some sticks, and there you go.
Yeah. Okay, and that is the end of summer. And then let's hide summer. Let's start the poll for fall. What are the two remaining?
Knowledge and Twilight.
Knowledge and Twilight. Okay, manage poll.
Knowledge.
Oh, I set it for. I think I set it for 1 minute. Oh no, it was right. Damn it. Oh well. Okay, knowledge and Twilight. Okay, 10 minutes. Start the poll. Okay. I'm gonna take another quick break, and then we'll come back and we'll get back to work. How do you feel about trying to do the whole thing tonight? I think a lot of it depends on like winter.
And assuming we take out 4 cards still from every season, we're at about an hour per season.
Yeah, I think we can.
And winter is potentially, I mean,
Could-
winter
could
will
be
on
super
average,
short.
on average, be half as long,
Right.
but could be the
So-
whole season.
So, but even if it's the whole season, we should be done at like 1:30.
Yeah.
I think that's fine. Okay, so we'll take a quick break and then we'll get started. Hmm. It looks like there's only one. Are you here? Maybe not. Excuse me.
Was that your vote?
I did vote yes.
So many active viewers right now.
Well, you know, it'll fluctuate. I mean, I think people will tune in probably after the fact.
It's 11 p.m. on a Tuesday. You mean people aren't up watching Quiet Year streams?
I mean, I think they are. Not ours, but I think they're watching. No, I don't know. You know, I mean, we'll run through. I think it's, you know, we'll keep on keeping on. You know, because the main function is to try to drive the game ideas. So once it's completed, I'll upload it on YouTube and people can watch it at their leisure. Or I guess I can just leave it on Twitch, but I think it deletes it after like 90 days. Okay. You're not gonna fight me on the vote?
No.
I
feel like I feel like I know what I'd do for knowledge, but that's more of a reason to not pick it.
Right. Okay. Twilight. Let me update the graphic. Okay, and then so Twilight is like darkness, nighttime.
It's the period between day and night.
Right, but it's like on its way towards night.
Yeah.
Right.
Also a sexy vampire novel.
Yes, it's a couple of them, right? Well, I guess it's one
Only
novel
one
and then
Twilight.
the series, yeah.
Yeah. Now I know where I'm taking this.
Oh boy. I think I did the last.
Count Strahd falls in love with a high school girl.
Oh boy. Okay, so let's show Autumn. Unplayed. There's 13 in the deck, so that's what it's supposed to be. Shuffle. There's none removed. Okay, we'll deal 4 cards. Okay. Hopefully, hopefully no troubles. This is Autumn +1.
Natural disaster strikes the area. Focus on getting everyone to safety, or
Focus on protecting
your supplies.
Several people die as a result. Ooh, that's a big one.
I mean, I feel like we have this storm shelter for a reason.
We do.
Like we knew this was coming, and we didn't, say let's build a storm shelter so that everyone can not use it.
Right.
So I guess we get people to safety.
Okay. So we lose an abundance.
Not too many. Maybe the Cloudman destroys the source of his ire, which is the watchtower. and recon is no longer.
Okay. Yeah.
On,
I think that makes sense.
and a project fails. I feel like the only one that's actually local is the construct a person kite.
No.
They were so convinced that this was going to work that they refused to go to shelter just as the storm reached its pinnacle.
Well, no, I think that they go to shelter and they abandon like they leave
Let's say one of them dies. Like, fine. No, guys, we can do this.
Okay. Now, what is the circumstances of Cloudman at this point? Because he's destroyed the tower. Let me.
The tower is no more.
Yeah, that's fine. I was gonna do the same thing. So is Cloudman has something changed with Cloudman's circumstances?
I can't move. Right. I think he returns to the other side of the mountains, but is still a present threat.
Okay.
Back over here.
And we'll increase the size again. I'm so sad we lost the person kites. But I guess the mission was accomplished all the same. Well, I mean, I can tilt it over.
Sure.
Okay. That's your card. Now oh man. We count down the projects and the triangle exploration is complete. Okay. Okay. I think that maybe we get a couple pieces of information from this. Okay, how about this? Yeah, I like this. So the first thing that we discover is that the island is not an island, but rather the top of a tower. But the tower is made of like plants and vines, that seem to have been, hardened and used as building materials somehow.
Does the tower, is it like an inverted tower, or is it like?
No, it's like it is the top of a tower. So like there are like, there's like it's basically a parapet. But another thing that they discover is that they don't find a way in. Like it's just like the roof of this tower, and we'll say that there is like a trapdoor type thing, but they are unable to get past it.
And it seems to enter this tower.
It seems to be sealed by magical means. And when they go to the other two towers, they find the same things, that all three of these towers seem to be barring their entry, no matter. And they had a whole party of adventurers. So they tried magic, they tried bashing, they tried lockpicking, and they just could not find a way into any of these towers. And let's say that they find one more thing. They find that on the outsides of the triangle, it's almost like it's not a barrier, because you can pass, from one side to the other, but while you're on the outside, you can hear a like a tone. It's a steady tone. It's like as if someone hit a key on a xylophone, and it's just ringing eternally.
Like now we're starting to get into the actual lore of this lore. Probably the first creepy thing that we've established, beyond just the mystery of everyone showing up.
And I'll give you the outside. Yeah, I don't know what that means. I have no idea, but I think that's like there's something else outside of this triangle. Okay. All right, and that's it for projects moving forward. So you can take an action.
Oh right, I also get one of those. I had an idea and I forget what it was. Gosh. It just took so long for that.
Sorry.
Process that I don't remember.
Did I have to do Twilight, our theme?
I mean, that's gonna eventually come in. Say the next card I draw will be Twilight related, no matter what. Gosh. We want to... It might have just been explore the Colosseum.
Okay.
Scout out to the Colosseum. Is it officially outside the barrier?
I will say yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The tone is not like it doesn't hurt or anything.
Right.
It's just there.
Gonna go this. Oh god, no. Gotta do zoom in. I don't know.
This is a project?
Yeah.
Okay.
Got some guy in an explorer's hat going over to the Colosseum.
Is that right? Colosseum?
1L, 2 S's.
Is it Colosseum?
It's Colossus, but Eum.
And how many turns does that project take?
It's far, so 3 weeks.
Okay. I hope you're ready, because in 3 weeks you're going to have to build a car and explore the Colosseum.
Should have built the car first.
Yeah, that would have made it a lot faster.
Yeah.
Okay. My turn. Ten of Autumn. Harvest is here and plentiful. Add in abundance. Or cold autumn winds drive out your enemies. Remove a threatening force from the map and the area. Well, our threatening forces are the Grimlocks, probably Jaspero. Although who knows?
Look at that face. He's just a flesh blob.
He's just a little blobby boy. Cloudman. Harvest is here and plentiful. Okay. We're gonna do this. Despite the threats of the Grimlocks, one of the veins, one of the mine shafts, finds just a massive vein of silver, which drives, because the silver apotheosis happens this turn. So like the last silver that they needed for finishing their project, however that ends, is found, and they and then it also it's just abundant, so they're able to to use it for snacks, as well as for the other more conventional things you use silver for. Yeah. Okay. And then the apotheosis completes. What happens?
Ooh. She stabbed with a spear. They complete their transformation into essentially just their silver golems now. And for the most part, they are like invincible creatures compared to everything else that we've encountered. And seeing as how their source of sustenance lies within these mines, Merva and the Acolytes will become the eternal guards of the Silver Veins.
Okay. That's great. I like that.
Lost an arm. He didn't need it. Apparently he already had another arm.
Well, he's a golem. You just add some silver and regrow it.
But she will stay here at the shrine of the silversmith to now convert to any more faithful.
Yeah, she's more proselytizing now.
Yeah.
Getting new people. But okay, so we have some silver golems protecting the mines. Very cool. I feel like Silversmith's Acolyte is enough to remind us what she is. Okay. And then this was my turn, right? Yeah. So we take an action.
Let's engage. Dash.
Oh, I only heard engage the first time, so I was like, I don't know what he's talking about, but now I get
it. Engage.
Yeah.
Warp 7.
Okay. We are going to have a discussion. and um, the discussion is started out by we'll say by Ernesto, and he says we have we have survived for a while now off of the things that we find. Many of our people learned to eat silver, but through all of this, we have been lacking perhaps the most important thing, which is love. How do we find this purpose in our lives? The will to continue in the face of adversity.
You don't need love. Love is just a weakness bearing its true self. That wasn't a sentence, but I think you.
Yeah, no, I got it. Yeah. And then someone will say, I don't know. This is like we have to focus so much on survival. I don't know that we have time for romance. But I think something that we could set aside time for is, is the love of friendship and companionship. And I think that's something we should find time for. And that's my turn.
Okay, whatever I draw has to be Twilight related.
A dark mystery
among the members of the community, or conflicts flare up and a project fails. I think we want a dark mystery.
It's much easier to hit Twilight with that one, I think.
Yeah. There will be a I feel like nothing ever goes on in Silver Falls. So we'll say that there is a cloaked figure who arrives in the night, inquiring about the silver mines for some purpose.
For an unknown purpose. It's a mystery. That's perfect. Cool. Projects move forward and take an action.
Let's see. I got some projects. I would like to discover something new.
Okay.
Probably. Right. Well, no. Let's hold a discussion.
Okay.
And I think I'll just make a statement.
Okay.
And it'll just be, these silver people are an abomination, no better than that Jess Sparrow, and should be destroyed.
We'll say that one of the folks who does the mining pipes in and says, "Look, old timer. I don't know I don't know where you're from, but I was cornered by 6 of them Grimlocks, and one of them silver dudes just wiped them all out, and I didn't even get a scratch on me. So if you want to take on the responsibility of protecting the mines as well as they do, then we can cast them out. Otherwise, shut your hole."
And he shuts his hole.
And he shuts his mouth. Okay.
but he looks like he's scheming.
Yeah. Okay. All right, let's draw. 3 of autumn.
Old man.
Yeah, maybe. Someone leaves the community after issuing a dire warning. Who? What is the warning? Or someone issues a dire warning and the community leaps into action to avoid disaster. What is the warning? Okay, I got it. The person who issues a dire warning is Alice. And she comes back to the town.
What was she? Was it a project to look for the kids, or was it just like the thing she was doing?
That was the thing. It was one of the cards.
So it wasn't like okay.
Yeah, it wasn't something that like didn't get.
But she comes back, and now we're gonna learn what happened.
Yes, and the community will leap into action to avoid disaster. She found the kids. Well, I guess they're not kids, right? They're like young people. And but they had been like when she first talked to him, you know, they just seemed like weird and off. And then when she turned her back, they spawned like tentacles and tried to grab her, and she fled. And the project to avoid disaster is we'll say that happened at like she found them and she was resting, and so like in the middle of the night they seemed to turn on her, and it was during the daytime that they were just like odd. So the project is to build walls around Farhaven, and I think Silver Falls already has some walls, but on top of the walls to have like basically persistent like flames, kind of like what was on the watchtower, which is what makes it contentious, because people are like, look, Cloudbane is going to come back over here and mess us up. But she says, look, like, you know, we have to figure out how to do this because these, you know, I don't know what happened to these 2 young people, but they have, you know, they like, I believe that we will protect ourselves by, you know, by having this persistent illumination. So we will say Firetop walls. And I think that's a 4-week project, because I think you have to build. I don't think Farhaven has much in the way of walls at all, but then you also have to like find a way to fuel these, you know, these walls the whole time. And I will start drawing. Just the kind of a circular thing around Farhaven and Silver Falls, and then I'll put some stuff on. You have 2 projects to.
Yeah, and I think I figured out how to act
Nice.
So we're were successful in building a car.
Okay.
It's no longer a blueprint. It's now an actual thing. So we can make more if we need to. But what people didn't think about was how are we going to power this thing? Which is a problem.
So we basically have a wagon right now.
Right. But
okay.
The Explore the Coliseum project, they find that this was, at least at some point, and may continue to be, some sort of nest for this giant creature that took a bite out of the side of it.
Okay.
It may still be around, but they can't really tell. But what they do find is a massive source of biofuel
Okay.
in the form of giant beast excrement.
Okay.
And that will function to power this car.
That is an abundant resource. Giant beast excrement.
That's not what, bro.
Is that? That's not gonna fit.
God, that was worse than I thought.
There. We'll just call it fuel.
The smelly Hershey's Kiss.
Delightful. Okay, so that's both of the projects being completed.
And now we have a functioning vehicle, a five-seater, four-door.
Okay, so I assume that we haven't collected all of this.
No, we just, yeah, sure. We
have a bunch, but
we know that it's all out there, but it's a long journey, and there's just a few scouts who are over there.
Okay.
And there's also the potential danger of this creature returning.
Right. Yeah. Okay. And it is your turn to take an action.
And that was your turn.
Is it? Oh yeah, contentious project. You're right. It's my turn to take an action. Nice try.
Seemed like it was my turn because I just
you got a lot going on. Okay, I have an idea. We're going to discover something new. And no. We're going to start a project. And the project is okay, I got it. Oof, this is a big one. Literally. We are going to, so there's these gigantic beasts to the south west. And all of our food options are sort of tenuous right now. And so the plan for this group is to take down one of these giant beasts to try to harvest it for, for food, basically indefinitely. And I think it's it's not just like an adventure. It's like a hunt where they have to like study this beast and figure out like how it's,
Good thing we got Damien Night Shadow.
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
Master.
So yeah, you know what? I'm gonna put them in the NPCs.
Put
So
all our former specialists on there. All 2 of them.
Technically 3.
Oh, who's the 3rd?
Well, he's not a specialist yet, but Foucault was in a mission.
Right.
He hasn't been assigned to the quartermaster role yet. Yeah, but yeah, they say, you know what, like some of us can't be eating this silver like the rest of you crazy people. And we don't have the farm tools. We don't have the little nearby hunting has become problematic. We got this impending doom from the northwest. We need to we need to find a way to get some food. And we will put a bullseye on
The target mascot.
it. Yes. Okay. That is my project. And we are now on to the next week.
Sabotage is a project. Or someone's caught trying to sabotage the efforts of the community. Ooh. Well, there's only 2 projects.
Although the second one doesn't say sabotage a project. It says
Right.
sabotage the efforts of the
It's
community.
probably in case you have no projects.
Yeah, right. Although there are some that say, like, a project fails or project dice don't count down, something like that.
I think that the old man from earlier is going to be trying to sabotage the silver apotheosis and silver golem takedown, but I mean it's a very feeble attempt because he's just one old guy and he probably riles up a few others.
Right.
But he did not realize just how strong these silver golems are. But the silversmith is a benevolent god, and you know what? Maybe benevolent but spiteful. They are forced into silver apotheosis. They will become what they hate most.
Okay. That is something.
I had a different idea, but we're going with this.
No, I like that.
Yeah.
Should we give this little guy a name? I feel like he's a factor now.
Yeah. I mean, he's got a few others with him, but I guess he's their ringleader.
Right.
You're and it come with noises and hope it turns into a name. No one knows his name, but everyone just calls him Buster.
Buster, okay.
Hey, Buster.
Alright. And I gave him the title of the Spited Silverman.
Silver Surfer. And maybe because he's non-cooperative, his silver is more tarnished.
Okay.
That's just black.
All right. Project Ice have moved forward. Does Buster also serve as a protector, or is he just like living in the town?
Yeah, sure. He's allowed to return to town as a reminder of what happens if you oppose the silversmith.
Okay.
He probably lives in Silver Falls if he cares this much about it.
Yeah, right. Okay. Like I said, I moved the Project Ice, so we are on to an action.
Thank you. Buster sad. Okay, action. We will start a project. Someone decides to start a speed dating club.
Okay.
Hopefully,
get that love figured out.
Yep. So over the course of 3 weeks, they have various rounds of speed dates and more long-term dates for anyone who wants to try some things out, and we'll see if that creates any new sparks.
Okay. Okay, we're on to week 6, 9th of autumn. The community works constantly, and as a result, a project finishes early, or a group goes out to explore the map more thoroughly and finds something that had been previously overlooked. Okay, I think that while it's not everybody, there's a group of people who are just captured with fear about these tentacled people, and the motivation is considerable to get these walls complete. And so they finish them. They're able to find a way. So the magnesium from or whatever it is, maybe it's not magnesium, but the mineral from the mines that the Grimlocks were using to light things up, they're able to find a way to create like a putty from it, and that makes it like a slow burn. So there's this considerable light that they're able to generate from the walls, and you know, the hope is that keeps the mean boys away. I guess I should give them tentacles, right?
Or I forget. Brown out of everywhere.
Yeah, and that is what it is. It's like they just sort of, you know, appear, you know, grasping. Okay.
Are they otherworldly, milky tentacles?
TBD. Alice did not get a good look before she ran away. Okay. And then let's do yeah, okay. So the team that was working on the person kites says, look, like the Cloudman's still out there, you know, and that is a problem that at some point we're going to have to address. You know, and it's he doesn't seem to be attracted to the magnesium burning. I gotta come up with a different name for that. We'll call it
Arc clay. Matchstick goo.
Flash.
Flash putty.
Flash putty. I like that. I'm gonna make that an abundant resource. Actually, let's do that before I forget. Flash putty is putty. Whoop. I think that, yeah. And we've got a lot of resources to keep track of now. So, but they say, look, like now we know how to make cars. So let's take the information that we got from the beginning of trying to figure out people kites and, you know, apply that to the car situation and try to figure out how to make a flying car.
We know how to make cars and like half a kite. We can figure out airplanes in 6 weeks.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
It is going to be 6 weeks.
We got magic. That's the thing that the Wright brothers.
We got magic. We've got this fuel, the biofuel that we can, you know, use.
Just load up on the stink lines.
Yeah. And we'll say that they're doing this sort of out by the, like, not in town. Because maybe they're a little worried that, you know, that maybe Cloudman's going to come back around. So they're going to set it up over sort of by the mesa. That is a runway. It's an airport. Okay, yeah, and they're going to try and come up with how to make flying cars. That is my turn.
Queen of Autumn. disease.
Ooh.
Spend the week quarantining, treating the illness, or nobody knows what to do about it. Oof. I think that not all of the tainted wine was taken and destroyed.
Okay.
So someone gets into it because they didn't know about all this that went down.
That was a year ago.
Yeah, they might be new to town. And the ooze boils begin to outbreak. But in the past, when it seemed to be only people who like consume the wine would be affected, this one seems contagious.
Okay.
Possibly a mutation from the fermenting of the ooze wine. Who knows?
Gross. Continue.
Or Dweeblex just is
just turned it up a notch.
Yeah, just Sparrow failed, so now let's make this poor fool cause mayhem.
Okay.
I think no one knows what to do about it. This is, I mean, they never cured the past people. They cured them by burning them down,
right?
In a shed. So, health and fertility are a scarcity as the ooze rot spreads throughout town.
Okay.
So now we got tentacle monsters outside the walls and slime men inside.
Well, the beginnings of slime men.
Sure.
Okay. So Project Dice do count down. The dating is still going on, so that's good.
Yeah. Maybe pairs of
ooze people
are making some pairings.
Okay.
And I guess we're gonna start a project. I don't think anyone's gonna be able to like cure this, but I think they're gonna start a quarantine. So like,
so basically, they should have done the other option, and they're like, you know what? Next time.
Yeah.
Quarantine.
So 2 weeks of
ooze people.
Trying to round up everyone, do some contact tracing.
Okay. Okay.
Some people are saying like, oh, we should have not banished Jaspero because he probably is the only person who knows anything about this.
Right. Okay. And that's it. Yeah, that's your turn.
Yeah.
Okay.
The 8th of autumn.
Oof, there's a lot going on here. Okay. The community becomes obsessed with a single project. Which one? Why? Choose one. They decide to take more time to ensure that it is perfect. Add 3 weeks to the project die. They drop everything else to work on it. All other projects fail. If there are no projects underway, well, we don't have to worry about that. Okay. Look. It's dangerous to fly. So we're going to add 3 weeks to sailing cars. Whoops, not 3. It should be +3. 8. Yeah, look. Everybody's like, oh, that's a crazy idea. And then like they start thinking about like how cool it would be to fly. And they're like, yeah, you know what? And then everybody's got input. So it's like, oh, you know what? We should, like, birds have wings. Have you thought about wings? I'm like, oh yeah, wings are a good idea. And then they say, oh, well, like maybe we could figure out a way to like generate your own wind. It's like, oh yeah, that's a good idea too. And so it's just like more and more ideas on how to, you know, how to make this thing safer and stronger and bigger. And also like, hey, you know, if we fly this up to Cloudman, we may need weapons. Okay, yeah, you know, we gotta put some guns on this thing.
Gun on our Failing air car.
Yeah. So 3 weeks have been added to that project die. Okay. Let's count stuff down. Speed dating.
Uh, yeah, I guess. Um, for the most part, people thought it was a foolish idea. Um, and were like, we got better things to do. But I think a few people have found some matches, and there might even be rumors of a pregnancy going on now. Uh,
Okay.
some people realize, like, if we're stuck here long term, we're gonna need to keep this place populated. So maybe love's not that bad. Uh,
Okay. Are we moving love from a scarcity?
I don't know if it's abundant, but I don't think it's scarce anymore.
Okay.
So I don't know if, like, are those the only two options, or can we just like remove it entirely?
I think we can just remove it.
Maybe it's abundant. Let's put it abundant. People are like caught up in this love
Yeah.
craze.
Yeah, it's probably, yeah, it's not necessarily that everybody's in love, but it's like people are aware of this budding romance between these.
Yeah, and maybe now there's like some gossip going around. People are just getting entertained by all this romance. It's like a reality dating show sort of thing. Like, how can you believe she said that? I heard they got in a cat fight over this one man, and they were tabaxi.
Okay. And then discover something new, hold a discussion, start a project. Okay, there's a project has to happen here. The quarantining seems to be like you said, like not a fix. And so they find a couple of brave souls, and they say, "Look, you need to go be an emissary to Jaspero, and tell him what's going on with us, and hopefully he can try to help us." So this is, what do they call that? Delegation to Jaspero.
Leave the deserts.
And I don't know that this is particularly long. We'll say 3 weeks. I think that they can get there in like a week or less, but there will be some manner of challenge involved in this whole process.
Few random encounters along the way.
Yeah, a few random encounters.
Twice per day.
Yeah, one of their rests will be interrupted. Stuff like that.
This could have been a whole mission someone ran.
Okay. Well, we can always do like.
Yeah, like flashback to.
Yeah, flashback missions. Okay, that's me. This should be the last card.
Last day of autumn.
Nice,
The
it is.
project finishes early. Which one and why?
Now remember that 2 of them are finishing this turn anyway.
Obviously, I want one of those.
No, that's fine.
Finish half a turn
Let's
early.
finish a little bit early.
Well, the options are delegation to Jaspero or sailing cars.
The 7-week super project.
They just happen to find the one thing that works.
Now, if you do it, if you pick the delegation to Sparrow, you resolve it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the delegation to Jaspero will finish early. I think that Jaspero and an entourage of Waxmen are actually on their way to Farhaven.
Okay.
Because of his strong attachment to Dweeblex, he just had a sense
Oh, he
that
knew.
this was going down. So they actually run into him on their way to go find him, which cuts the journey down considerably.
Okay.
So he is in town with an entourage of Candle Boys.
Okay.
You probably want to shrink them down.
There's a big boy. Okay. I gotta get this thing out of the way. Okay.
That looks like they're in love. Maybe they are. Yeah.
Maybe that's part of the love that has taken over the town.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess we just leave that, right? Like the delegation has been completed.
Yeah.
Like
the whole thing was just
right.
Convince him to help, but not actually have a solution yet.
Right. Okay. Okay. So now we are on to the project dice. Oh God, I was not prepared for this one. Okay. Okay. I think that they, Damien specifically has experience with these sorts of creatures because he was on the mission.
Yeah.
He knows these creatures, and probably most of the time, he's like, I don't know what you expect to do. Everybody's like, we're gonna cut off a T-bone from the super creature, and so they start they get close and they try to figure things out. They try to see if there's a way to trap them or to harm them, and just nothing they do has any impact. But they find a the creature's, like, I guess nest is right, where it's got some young, and the young are also just gigantic. They're like
I don't like where this is going.
You say you do or don't?
I don't.
Oh, well, hold on. It's going to be less horrible than you think. So these young are, still like 30 feet tall. And they're still, I think there's probably some instincts by some of the less savory among the group that, like, hey, maybe we can take one of these creatures down. And I think Damien's like, look, like, they still have, like, these, they're very tough skin and they're gigantic. And, like, if we cross one of these creatures, which we clearly, like, can't do anything to, and it decides to, like, get, vengeance, our entire town is destroyed. But the creatures nurse, and nursing is an imperfect thing for these creatures, and there's just buckets of milk from this creature that sort of slough off over the process of nursing, and so every time this creature nurses, there's like a there's just hundreds of gallons of excess that are just lost normally, and the creatures don't seem to care that that the party is just like collecting this, the excess and then heading back to town with it. So I'm going to add.
Know if this is better. Yeast milk.
We're going to call it Mega Milk.
Mega milk.
Yeah, because it's from these mega creatures, and I think it's also like incredibly nutritious and sustaining. Yeah, I mean it's like
high in protein to grow big boys.
Yeah, and nobody knows what the impact is of this Mega Milk, other than knowing that they have a great deal of energy and and vigor after they drink it. And that's what happens with that. It's got to go down one, and then the quarantine is complete, which sort of makes sense with
I think
Jaspero coming.
Just very straightforward. The quarantine is successful. The people are currently contained, though there are concerns that another arson attempt will occur. But I think for now, health and fertility is no longer scarce.
Okay.
But not abundant either. It's just not an issue.
Right. Okay. So I'll just take it off the list. Okay. And that's the end of autumn.
So I've got to do an action. Was I the one who drew?
Yeah.
Right, yeah, because it was Project Missions early. Yeah. Okay. We discover that now that we've made contact with the Waxmen for the first time, that they too are followers of Dweeblex, being amorphous, slime adjacent creatures. It seems like they maybe believe that the amorphous one is their creator god. But they seem less malicious than other followers of demon lords.
Great.
But it seems like their existence has made an impact on Jaspero, and he seems a bit more accepting of his flesh ooze status. And maybe they can spread the love to the newly afflicted. Who knows?
Okay.
That sounds like something a project would require.
Yeah, but I think that's a good resolution of the discovering something new. Like they've discovered something about these Waxmen. That they're not hostile. Okay. Well, like I said, that's the end of fall. I'm going to.
I don't know if we really got the Twilight thing, other than we got some light walls, and there's this cloaked figure that has not come up.
Yeah, we got the light walls. We have the idea that these tentacle people flourish in the evening. Flourish in darkness. Yeah.
Well, I mean that one wasn't even people voted on it. It was just we decided. So
true. Yeah.
No one was hurt in the process.
Right.
Of ignoring the Twilight.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to post the last poll, which is the 3
knowledge, feasts, and zeal.
Yeah. So we'll set it for another 10 minutes. And I'm going to step away again, and then we'll finish this off.
It really is a 4-hour game with
I'm back. It sounds like he's not. One honk. That was the most sincere contempt I think I've ever seen. Well, I guess it's only been there. Maybe we should keep contempt like permanent. I like that as like a as a way to express displeasure. Well, the honks will come back. I just wanted to try to focus on the game. So we'll go back to honk. We'll go back to more honks on Thursday, which I guess will be just a regular stream since we'll finish this tonight. But maybe I can. Thank you. Maybe I can find a good. Excuse me, a good sound alert to go along with contempt. Like maybe there's one just of someone shouting contempt. Or maybe I can get yeah, I can record something. Yeah. Yeah. You know what would be cool? Oh, maybe I have an idea. It would be cool to record like a chorus of viewers. Like I'll mix them all together of like, a half dozen, however many people like record themselves and send it in of them saying contempt. That would also help certain people who maybe are less, less excited about being focused upon without naming names. I don't think the person I'm thinking of, I don't think is in here. But even if, I'm sure there's more. I'm like that. I don't like being the center of attention. Like, I'm horrified at being sung happy birthday to at restaurants. Like, I won't go out on my birthday. Yeah, me, the streamer.
I thought most places don't even do the happy birthday anymore.
The places that I want to go to. Like
Chuck E. Cheese.
What's it called? Bonefish. Bonefish, I know they don't. Because I said specific, like someone said, it's, his birthday. And I was like, oh, you guys don't sing, do you? And the guy was like, no, we don't sing.
Too classy for that.
Yeah. Is Fadoodle's pinball party? I don't know. I don't remember anything about. Like, I don't remember the specifics of Chip's pinball party.
Your surprise birthday party.
Well, my birthday was months ago. Surprise.
That's what the surprise was, I think. Yeah. I established.
So I assume you did not vote.
I didn't, no.
And I didn't vote either. So maybe we should take the one.
We got one vote. Okay.
Yeah, the viewer vote as
knowledge.
Knowledge. Well, I think that's probably for the best because we know what happened.
Like
yeah, I feel like zeal is just everywhere. Feasts would be okay. Nope, you picked knowledge. No, knowledge is good. I will also vote for knowledge to make it a blowout.
Black Friday blowout.
Okay, let's end.
So I was saying before you, like you were
Interrupted, yeah.
leaving, and I couldn't tell because stream delay. It looked like you were still at your chair. This game does last only 4 hours, but only when you remove all the cards, which was my experience when I played it separately. Like, we got through the whole game, but we played with the slightly smaller deck. But I mean, we've been discussing a lot more than you're supposed to, and we also take our time to think about things, whereas you're supposed to, I guess, just play no consequences. And
right. Yeah. I mean, we're spending more time thinking about it because we have a plan for afterwards. Okay, so I'm gonna draw 4 cards from here. Let me just make sure. Yes,
I want to make sure that
it says 1 is in somebody's hand. This is winter. Like, we haven't touched winter.
That's weird.
Okay. So now 13 in the deck. Let's just recall all, just to make sure. Okay, shuffle. Okay, and then I'll draw 4, and if there's the king in there, then I'll put it back and draw 1 more.
I mean, or we could just...
Or draw 1 more and put
say
it back.
that the last card is the king if it's not in the deck.
No, because then that's like...
Then there's a 4 in 13
Yeah,
chance,
it's like a higher chance that
5
it's
in 13
the
chance
last card.
it's the last card.
Yeah.
That's like a third.
Oh, I have to pick a player. That's me. All right, deal. That is autumn. Okay, winter. Okay, there's no king, so we're good.
The first card.
Could be. This would be a short knowledge.
Well, then we'll never have to see what happens with sailing cards.
No, whatever projects are ongoing at the end of this are ongoing.
Guess so.
We'll resolve them one way or the other. Who went last?
I just finished autumn.
Okay. All right. Let's do this.
King. No.
9. Someone goes missing again. They're alone in the winter elements. Choose one. The community organizes constant search parties, and eventually the person is found. Project dice are not reduced this week. Or no one ever hears from this person again. Okay.
Do we go hardball and like start killing off major NPCs?
I don't know.
Alice goes missing.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it now. Someone goes missing. They're alone in the winter elements. I'm looking at the map to see who's out there. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think it is Alice. I think that it's been a couple weeks and we've not heard anything. We haven't seen anything from the the 2 young people. And she was expecting, there to be an assault of some sort. And when there wasn't, she went back out to to investigate. And let's put like
On a milk cart.
that would have been a good idea, but no, I just put her in like a globe of unknown, and she's gone. No one ever hears from that person again. Which I guess, I mean, it's D&D, so you know that's
Again for the rest of this game.
Yeah, that's true for as long as as we decide. Okay.
It turns into Bertio.
Yeah. Okay. Discover something new. Hold a discussion. Start a project. I feel like there's a bunch of stuff. Oh, food is no longer scarce because of the mega milk. What? Come on. Okay. Okay. I got an idea. I'm going to should this be discover something new or hold a discussion? I think discover something new. Discussion would have worked, I think, with more players, but I think that with only two of us, we got to do it this way. So the discovery is that there's this hooded figure who's been just sort of like hanging out in Silver Falls. I think you said that he was like asking about silver, like he wanted to acquire silver.
He was just inquiring something about the silver mines. I was not specific to that.
Okay. So he claims that the no, that doesn't make any sense. Okay. He says that he believes that there is a way to get home deep in the silver mines. And he says that he's been in this world for decades. And his name is
Joseph.
Jojo.
Good point, Joe.
Good point. I'm in the game. His name is Landon.
We can't have your name, but he has my name. Almost.
Landon is totally different. And he says, he says that there's a portal that with the proper magical knowledge,
Knowledge.
and training and expertise that it can be used to to go home. And we'll call him the Portal Sage. I think he calls himself a sage, and we don't know, if there's truth to what he's saying, but that's his claim.
Does he have a magic jewel?
Does he have a magic jewel?
A jeweled sage?
Oh, no.
It's a cross. What are they called?
Right, crossover.
Crossover episode.
He has a lantern that he claims is part of the how you open the way. Okay. That is it. Winter 2.
Game over. Oh, okay. In preparations for the coming year, the community begins a huge undertaking. Start a project that will take at least 5 weeks. Oh man.
I would say consider something that you might want to run a game about. Since, there's a decent chance that this project is not completed. Or that someone would want to run a game about.
That's be preparation for the coming year. Oh, we got sailing cars.
Yeah, I mean that's the important one. That'll take care of recon.
Right. Well, I was gonna try to do something with the Cloud Man, but that's what the sailing cars is supposed to address.
The only other scarcity we have noted is farming tools.
Yeah, well, we got Mega Milk.
We do. I had a ridiculous idea. But I think, yeah, it's just, it's your turn. You take it.
I know.
Excuse me.
Got like everything covered by now. Like, we're all good. What else could we possibly need?
Well, I mean, remember that there's stuff that is unresolved, like the ooze people still exist.
Yeah, but I've got like that's gonna be my turn.
Gotcha.
Okay. Maybe contentious project as well.
Okay.
Merva and the Silver Acolytes, or they don't really. Okay, so let's see. With the absence of Alice, Merva sort of fills the power vacuum and issues a mass conversion of residents of Farhaven into silver golems, and it's voluntary.
Okay.
But it is something that there's a large enough population that would need conversion that it will take a while, especially to accumulate all the silver needed for such a large group. And we'll say that the outbreak of ooze rot has also sort of riled up some people to do this.
With the idea that they
know
think
they'll
they'll be protected.
Right, it become a silver golem and you're immune to all bodily diseases.
Probably.
I
mean, it's allegedly a god's like disease, so you never know.
Yeah.
Could be a curse.
Yeah, but this is a blessing.
Either way, yeah.
So
okay.
Merva is the... I don't know if she's the mayor of Farhaven now, but she's at least like a very influential person in town.
So we'll move her to Farhaven.
Yeah. Because I think Silver Falls has sort of been preached to enough that you're not really going to make any more headway there.
Right. The people who were interested are they're there.
So now there's people afraid of Oozrot and no true leader. Trawl isn't really doing the job.
Yeah, I mean, I think that he's probably not comfortable, like, taking the... Like, just because we know that Alice is gone doesn't mean that he knows that Alice is gone. So he's probably like, yeah, I'll intern, whatever. And then, Merva comes to town and, she's not, like, decreeing that people have to do this. She's, like,
offering them salvation.
Yeah, inviting people to do it. Okay, how long is the project?
It's 6 weeks.
Okay.
I mean, we have at most 7 weeks left.
Yeah. Okay. And then project dice tick down. And
yeah, I was gonna then start a project to convert the afflicted. So just Sparrow and the Waxmen would be trying to convince that the disease, like, there's no known cure for it, though some might undertake the apotheosis.
Mm-hmm.
But those that remain, just Sparrow tries to, like, convince them that this existence is not as terrible as it might seem.
Okay. So we call this, like, Dweeblex religious conversion? Or is it more about, like...
I mean, it's not necessarily, like, praise Dweeblex, it's more just, like, acceptance of your new form.
Okay. We'll say ooze acceptance.
And maybe as part of that, they're also convincing the rest of the village that...
To accept, like, that this...
You exiled me before, but I am now here in goodwill.
Right. How many weeks?
2 weeks.
Okay.
Seems like something that people will make their mind up about pretty quickly.
Yeah, right. Okay. The 3rd week of winter. Jack.
Oh, well.
An infected outsider arrives seeking amnesty. They have some much needed resources with them. Welcome them into the community, remove scarcity, but also introduce an infection into the community. Bar them from entry. What scarcity could they have addressed? How does this need become more dire this week? Hmm. Okay. Um, okay. I have an idea. Uh, so, over the course of time here, we've mostly just seen, some hunting, uh, prey, presumably like elk or deer or rabbits or squirrels or that sort of thing, and uh, through some unknown means, uh, we see an ox uh, wandering outside the walls, um, and there's a discussion in town about we don't have farming tools, um, but an ox, like one ox, makes a world of difference in farming. You can do so much more work with a beast of burden. Um, but the the ox looks like, we'll just say straight up, it looks like a non-hostile, like, zombie ox. Like, it's not like trying to eat people or anything, but it looks like a zombie. It's got decay and you know exposed bone, um, and people are like, no, we can't risk it. I mean, it seems fine, but like, you know we don't think that we would be safe from that. And uh, and over the course of the week, the situation with tools, food production, becomes more dire because it looks like the giant beasts migrate south uh, during the winter.
Oh no.
So you can still get to them, but it's a much longer trip. Um, and so I'm actually going to add food as a scarcity again, and I'm going to remove Mega Milk as an abundance. Okay, and then Project Dice. And then an action. I think a discussion makes sense, and I think it does not involve Merva, but it's held by Troll about Merva. And he says, maybe it's like after they've resolved some, some dispute. So he's got like the 4 other people from some jury, and he says, I'm concerned about the way that Merva seems to be sort of commandeering leadership this town is. I mean, am I overreacting?
These people need someone to lead them, and she's filling the role that no one else seems to want to take part in.
And my resolution will be a different person talking, and they'll say, I think he's got a point. Troll, you're a good dude, but the town needs direction. It's not just about making the trains run on time. There's gotta be something bigger, and she can offer that. Okay. And that is the end of the turn. You're up.
You see a good omen. What is it?
Oh.
Shocking for winter. Good omen. What do we got on the field? Oh, sure. Let's say that a baby is born.
Oh, that makes sense.
There was that rumored pregnancy from a while ago. I mean, the speed dating was only like 2 months ago, but
well, there's different
who
races
knows?
here, right?
Yeah. Some races might gestate faster.
Some orc.
Maybe. But it is the first birth in the new world.
Maybe.
The first one in Farhaven, at least. And it gives some people comfort that maybe they are fine just living here and making this their new home. So there's a square baby.
Should we add an abundant resource of like
Hope?
Yeah.
And that's the baby's name because that's super cliche and no one's ever done that before.
Perfect. I'm going to add that as an NPC. Hope. Her role, baby. Okay. Tick down the stuff. Ooze acceptance is completed.
Ooze acceptance has permeated society and, well, maybe a bit. Maybe the two cults have sort of splintered Farhaven in half, where the Silver Acolytes are actually kind of anti-ooze.
Okay.
Because they find that, like, the Silver Apotheosis is the true final stage of humanity.
Right, and it works like specifically against the ooze.
Right, and the slime form is just an abomination. They should be, shiny and rigid, and the flesh ooze is the complete opposite of that. So pretty much either you side with the followers of the Silversmith or the followers of, well, I mean, they're not exactly worshiping Dweeblex at this point, but yeah, tensions are high.
Okay. And then take an action.
I gotta.
So you have to represent the. Very nice.
All angry at each other. Action. Oh yeah, so I totally forgot that, like, I don't think we ever actually did a project to get the giant beast excrement fuel stuff.
We have some of it. It was like not a like we
Yeah,
haven't claimed
right.
it.
It was enough to use the car, but not enough to, like, guarantee permanent use. Whatever. I'm not gonna bother with that then.
Yeah, no, I think
No,
it's.
no one's been using the car. Um,
Well, they're trying to figure out how to sail it.
well, there's the regular car as well.
Oh, the old car. Yeah, that's probably
Yeah.
actually what they're working on with the sailing car. Because it's like we don't
Oh,
need
sure,
this. Like
sure.
we're making this work in a different way.
Yeah,
So
let's actually move that over there. And maybe they're got the mechanic help.
that makes sense.
Okay, well then, we discover that, um, the there's a new thing. It just feels weird introducing something new in winter.
Well, remember this is the. It's only the end of the game, not the end of the
Yeah.
thing.
But I mean, it's also just kind of weird. Like, we also have a lot of things already going on,
Right.
and it seems weird to be like, oh, and here's another thing. Though maybe that's what the people want. They want more things to try to resolve.
Yeah.
Knowledge. Let's do something about knowledge.
Okay.
Oh, maybe they discover hidden within the middle stone is some. They discover that some of the arcane markings are connected to this ritual to open the portal home. But for some reason, they don't translate at all.
So it's like they can understand everything on the middle stone except for a couple of them, and the what's his name?
Portal
Landon. Landon
Landon.
says like, oh yeah, those are the ones that we have to figure out in order to open the path home.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to just give Landon some glyphs?
Oh, those are all squares.
Yeah, they're cool.
Similar, but
Okay. All set.
I think so.
All right. Draw another card. The Three of Winter. Someone comes up with an ingenious solution to a big problem. And as a result, a project finishes early. What was their idea? Or someone comes up with a plan to ensure safety and comfort during the coldest months. Start a project related to this. The problem with the first one is I have to come up with an ingenious idea.
No one invents rockets. Jet engine.
All right. Okay. Yeah, this is not going to finish, but it's fine. Um, so someone comes up with a plan to ensure safety and comfort during the coldest months. The plan is, so right now we have walls that surround, the towns, um, and then on top of the walls they have the flash putty, um, which keeps things lit all the time. And someone's plan is to use uh, maybe some of the most reflective silver, and other such and such to basically take advantage of that flash putty and be able to light the insides of homes. So basically, the idea is that they're like building residential areas into the walls, that can use the flash putty that can dual serve the the lighting, to keep watch, as well as lighting and we'll say heating the the insides of these buildings, with the capacity of like being able to close that latch on the ceiling so that you're not in like bright light all the time. I think this is, going to be, I think it's going to be 4. So 5, because it'll count. I don't want it to. Because we should be here now. Oh, that makes it impossible. Let's give it 4, I guess. No. 5 is. Yeah, 5 is right. Because it'll count down, so it'll be turn 5 with 4 turns left. So it's possible, I think, if that math is right. Okay. Anyway, sailing cars is down to 1. That's 4. Mass apotheosis is 3. And now we take a turn. Okay. Oh, the current theme is not Twilight. Come on, Joe.
Knowledge. Go to college to get more knowledge.
Okay. So, okay, this is fun and meaningless. We discover something new. So, people are going through their processes. They're out collecting more biofuel for the sailing cars, and they head out. And normally, they hear that tone when they cross the threshold outside of the barrier between the 3 landmarks. And this time when they cross it, it's like a full, slow, but it's a full melody that like some some kind of song is being played, and that the timing is not like song like, so it may just be a a natural occurrence of something, but there's variations in the tone, and yeah, and I don't think it's like it doesn't sound like a song, but it sounds melodic, and that's what happens.
Beast of Winter. Now's the time to conserve energy and resources. Project fails by gaining abundance. Or, now's the time for hurried labor and final efforts. The project finishes, but gain a scarcity.
Those are both good. Interesting, not like morally good.
I think, with the increased tension between the ooze people and the silver acolytes, the mass apotheosis a lot more people start to like have second thoughts about it.
Okay.
And that project fails.
Okay, and we gain an abundance.
There might still be a few people who
Sure
decide to go through with it, but not quite as large of numbers.
Right. It's not what Merva was looking for.
Yeah, the preaching of self-acceptance has made people realize that maybe they're fine just the way they are.
So is that the abundance? Self-acceptance?
Sure, yeah.
I like it. Look at our
hope and self-acceptance.
Yeah. This is like a really positive environment.
But only in Farhaven.
Oh yeah, Silver Falls is a disaster. The only thing we're missing is food.
Food.
Silly food. Oh my god. You realize what just happened?
Sailing cars finished.
Sailing cars. It was an 8-week project, and it happened.
Against all odds.
Against all odds.
It still might fail. You decide.
Oh no. Well, no, the culmination of every project is supposed to be...
Well, it's supposed to succeed in some way, but
right.
That doesn't mean we have sailing cars, is what I mean.
We have sailing cars.
Took Popo 5 years to not finish an
aircraft. To not make an airship, yeah.
And it takes us one night to make sailing cars.
So I don't think we make sailing cars. I think that what happens is that I think we make one sailing car. And
so the one car that we already have.
Right. Like we find that there's something about this reclaimed car that we can't replicate in like creating a new vehicle. Like I think probably we try to make multiple of these cars and those all fail, and then we use the original and it succeeds, and we don't know why, but making this car fly with the biofuel, and it's got a couple of rudimentary cannons on it, and I think it uses like multiple propulsion methods or multiple flotation methods. So it uses like I have to expand on this. It uses, well, actually we can do this. It uses fuel to as like a direct propulsion, where it will, like there's some sort of engine that pushes out from the bottom. And then there's also like this. So a cannon in the front and a cannon in the back. So yeah, there's propulsion at the bottom. There's I think there's like a almost like a hot air balloon mechanism, and like it has to use all of these to
this was the result of the extra 3 weeks and 30 people.
Right.
They all just were convinced their idea was the right one, but it turns out all of them.
You had to have all of the ideas in order for it to finally come to fruition. So there's
well, I hope someone runs a aerial combat flying car adventure.
Yeah. I mean, someone will. I can tell you that for sure.
Write down the flying car rules.
It's got, a hatch on each side. They've made some, improvements. So the sailing car does exist. I think that they, because it's one of a kind, because they weren't able to make any more of them, they said, you know what, we need to be extremely careful with this. We can't go sailing this into Cloudman, because we don't know what Cloudman's deal is. We don't know what to do with that. So that part of the project does not happen. They don't attack Cloudman, and they say, we have what we have right now, and we'll adapt, as we get more information on Cloudman. Was this my turn or your turn?
I don't know anymore. I think that was my turn, because I did the project fails thing.
Yes. Okay. Go ahead.
Oh gosh. We do just Sparrow will start a discussion.
Okay.
And he'll just ask, which translates to, because everyone understands this.
Right, we all understand it. Yeah.
Should we leave town to reduce tensions? Asking the oozlings.
Someone will ponder, and they'll say, I think that having the two divergent ideas in town is a good thing. I think it keeps people from, going too far in one direction or the other. And there are plenty of us who don't really lean either way, who aren't interested in becoming silver or is there a polite thing that we say about blobbies?
Probably not that. I just said oozling, which
Oozling, yeah.
seemed good enough. Okay. Um. Well, one of them will say, you saw what they did to Leslie and Chelsea and the other one. Um, it's only a matter of time before they burn us alive.
Yeah, I mean the tensions are there.
For that,
Uh,
for whoever the bird person.
yeah. Okay. We're on to my turn.
Nellie, Leslie, Nellie, and Chelsea.
There you go.
Oh boy, is Frost Shepherd's gonna be the last card?
Might be. The time has come to consolidate your efforts and your borders. Projects located outside the settlement fail, and all remaining projects are reduced by 2 this week. Or someone finds a curious opportunity on the edge of the map. Start a project related to this discovery. So the only one we have is inside the settlement.
So it's essentially a free.
It's like an extra week of reduction. Or someone finds a curious opportunity. I think a curious opportunity makes more sense with what we're trying to do. You know, to create like story potential. So
Far as the edge of the map.
it's the edge. So
Way
it's far. Okay, I think this is simple enough. It won't be completed because we're like out of time, I think. But the curious opportunity is that someone spots a caravan out by the glass tower. And they seem to be, you know, not in any sort of danger. You know, they seem just to be moseying along. And they also have some pack animals.
Others out there.
That is a pack animal.
Sure.
Never you mind. So the project, you know, I mean, we'll start it. Is rendezvous with caravan, and it's 4 weeks. It's not going to finish. Well, I guess 5 weeks since it's going down to 4. Okay. And then let's have another discovery. Let's load up on discoveries.
Plop down all the hooks.
Okay, I had an idea a long time ago, like when I was first putting this together, and I'm gonna use it now. In the sky, not near Cloudman, but like, you know, over. We'll say to the west. there's there's a storm. This we get some winter storms. It happens. Thunder, lightning, what have you. And during the storm, there's a violent crack of lightning, and vision is obscured, but everybody knows this crack of lightning. Like it was the crack. Everybody, it is a like people talk about it.
Everyone's talking about that big
Talking
crack.
about that crack, and after the storm dissipates, there is just a single like lightning bolt shaped scar in the sky.
Guy.
Yeah, it's like up in the sky. It's not connected to the ground anywhere. It's as if the sky itself was just like sliced. I'm looking at some. God damn it! It's a shape again. That looks objectively worse. Okay, well.
Everyone's gonna talk about the crack.
God damn it. Shapes every time. Yeah, we'll just go with the old one. Okay. That is what happens.
There's a 50-50 chance that this ends the game.
Boom.
So we don't even like finish the round, right?
Right, yeah, the game ends now.
Okay. Should I give a identity to the Frost Shepherds?
If you want, yeah. I mean, you can do that, or we can, like, if you want to collaborate and try to think of something. But if you have an idea, I'm willing to turn that over.
I mean, we have this very local and present threat of the tentacle beasts. I think they're just more numerous than expected, and are approaching Farhaven.
Okay.
And
So
that's that. It's
so that's
something that must be addressed before anything else can happen. Because if not, then the city falls.
That is the Frost Shepherds. Yeah, I like it. So yeah, so basically this season of the show ends with like people looking out to the west.
They see the crack, and then they turn their heads slightly lower to the forest. And
right, and they see all this
shambling tentacle beasts coming towards them.
Nice. And I think that was like one of the first things you did in the game, right?
Yeah, the two people go missing was like my second card.
Yeah. Nice. Okay. Well, that's it. That's the whole game.
That means my first two cards were like the most impactful, because the very first one was Merva. Which became a central figure to the ongoing plot, apparently.
Okay, so we've got a lot of stuff to work on. I wonder if like maybe we should take like a screenshot of this.
This is the new world map.
Maybe.
I think you should post it to Discord, but use a spoiler tag thing.
Yeah.
Images.
I'll do it when I get the link for the stream. You know, I'll kind of post it all at once. Okay. Well, let's see. I can let me download that just to make sure that I don't lose it. Quiet year map. Okay. Okay, so we've got that. Let's open that up. I think that's everything we need. We'll go ahead and raid somebody for some free honeycombs for anybody who's still here. We'll raid Vincente, of course. Huh? Hey, contempt. Did you hear my idea about contempt?
What?
To keep it, and Shiny had the idea of like recording a sound effect. So I was thinking maybe I'll have like I'll try to crowdsource as many people recording themselves saying contempt and like fuse it all together into a chorus and make that a sound alert so that people can voice their displeasure with whatever I'm doing on stream.
Like that's just gonna sound like a garbled mess.
Well, we'll find out. I think it'll sound like a bunch of people saying contempt. Okay, you have to do it as a person, not as Jaspera.
I mean, backup idea, you just record yourself, but then like modulate it in some weird way.
Maybe. Okay, we're gonna run this raid, and then we'll get out of here. Thanks for tuning in.
Knowledge.
Play D&D. Knowledge.